Hello, and welcome into Dune, everyone. I hope you all are having a great Saturday. We're just starting off with Dune, and then probably transition to something a little different later. Maybe some Factorio. Well, definitely some Factorio. We'll have to see how it goes. Oh, I meant to mute Discord for that. My bad.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
You know what? I think, what if we do windowed? And then... Trying to turn down my my resolutions a little bit. See if that helps. Although now, hold on. In game, how do we do this?
What do we do? Let's see.
I had to do something with my scene to also need to send out and tweets. Basically cropped it so that it would actually show the ultra wide thing properly, but of course when I do a game that isn't ultra wide, I thought I had it set up for that. Clearly not.
Oh, the boxes are uneven. That's gonna bother me.
Yeah, that's another reason I wish it was balanced. Why can I just not count?
No, you can't.
14,
It's impossible. Counting is outlawed.
I can't count. I didn't need another scene after all.
Oh.
I picked another ultra wide resolution on accident. I was wondering, why the fuck do I still have bars?
Oh.
Anyway. Turns out, yeah, not playing native resolution definitely helps. So I might have to turn it down from 1440 to okay.
You don't do an intro thing when you start your stream?
I mean, I did a real short one.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a just chatting scene. Oh man, even at fucking... Why is this game, like, not doing any better?
For the ages. The real question is, where did I put my Pepsi?
Where did you put your Pepsi? That's the question we all need to know.
I'm trying to drink more water. Oh, there it is. Right up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to finish my water first.
Mm-hmm.
And so I lost my Pepsi because it wasn't in front of me.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, but I found it. Everything's good. Alright. Oh, you can see the ones that have pillars under them. That's interesting.
Oh, can you?
Well, I mean, up here I can see circles below them.
Oh, yeah. That would do it. If I do ultra performance, is that gonna help at all? It's really not helping.
You might need to rebuild your shaders at some point.
Hello, Equus. How's it going? I don't know if that's gonna help. I mean, this game, even like at lower settings, is still like maxing out my GPU.
Oh.
Hello, Allie. Welcome in. Although you did just miss the first matches by a second.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I might just have to not do Dune. I was really hoping not running at a native resolution would help, but it's really not. In fact, there is no appreciable difference in quality or in stutters. How late are you gonna be around for? Are you gonna be around tomorrow? Is the question.
I can't promise tomorrow,
Okay.
but yeah, I'll be around all day.
Those are two conflicting messages.
I'll be around all day today.
Okay. Well,
So
if nothing
good luck
else,
here. Mhm.
I will hop in and give your base a little bit of an overhaul.
Yeah, could you at least finish the wall?
Oh, yeah.
The wall.
Oops. Unfortunately, I mean, you'd have to ask Arion if they can undo their message. This. I mean, it is two conflicting messages.
Dude, my character's feet are like completely jacked up because of where I'm standing. Looks awful.
You know, they say they're gonna be around, and then they're not gonna be around. Do you want me to do the different wall on the second half?
We'll worry about that later.
Okay. Can I log out here, or will it because I'm not water sealed. I'll fix it up. I'll fix it up later.
Alright, sounds good.
I've been doing. I started a Voidblock run on Factorio last night, and actually not going too terribly. I do have some ideas to also help with this performance thing. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping if I start doing screen tracking with my phone instead. Seriously, even inside of a base, I can't. Or there we go. But it'll be a little less stuttery. But I will message you in a couple hours.
All right, see ya.
See ya. All right. Well, so I guess the whole Dune and then question mark is we are now on the question mark. Let's update that. Let's hop right back into Factorio. Indeed. What could question mark be? There will be a little bit of stutters while Factorio is loading. It is not the cube. Although you are free to join for Voidblock if you would like. I probably should have asked that before I dipped out. Although I know you got a lot of building to do in Dune, which I will also resume once Factorio is over. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing what you've done. If you get like a whole layout, I can easily just like replace what you've done with the other building blocks if you want for you know, just so it looks different. So there is that. I know I have access to a few building sets. The highest tier one I mentioned. Oh, that's not tracking Factorio. Mash my button. There we go. The highest tier one I mentioned does take a different resource. And that's kind of a hassle to get in large quantities. You know, it's typically something you refine on site, but yeah. That's also where the tier 3 stuff was the Harkonnen in the Atreides build sets. You saw the Harkonnen for that base over in... This is not my streamed game. Over in the Rift. Let's see, single player, load, Twitch VOD. I did add a couple of new mods on my Train Painter RPG system teleport. That's fine. I was planning some things on my single player game. As you can see, this is exactly as we left it. I did not do an inch of work off stream. So, what do I need to get here? I need to get a shitload of steel furnaces. Which takes steel, which we are making. And then I need more void works. The void. And am I properly dealing with outputs here? I think I am. Okay. Let's get blocks. Let's get... Ooh, that's almost enough steel for our furnaces. Might as well build extra. I'm gonna need them. Hey, thank you for the cheer, Mr. Explosive. And welcome into the stream. I am technically in space, yes. How's it going? I hope you're doing okay. Has no delay? I do stream on low delay mode. I think that's oh, the stream is stuck loading. Well, now I'm getting conflicting messages. Hopefully that's on your end. We back, welcome back. Let me open up my iPad real quick. Okay. Seems to be good. So why is this not building? Because the iron comes in too close. We can fix this. There we go. What was I building? Right. The copper block. I don't know. I know iron to steel is 1-to-1, which actually kind of makes it a little bit easier. And I feel like I'm going crazy because I know that's not how it should be by default, but the recipe doesn't say it's being changed by Voidblock. 5 for 16-second crafting time. Isn't it usually 8? I'm pretty sure it's 8. Oh, let me double check the wiki. It is 5 for 16 seconds. What? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Wasn't it 8? Is it 8 somewhere else? Let's transport when processed. I don't recall iron to steel being like 1-to-1 before. Due to the, I mean, not 1-to-1 in terms of materials, but one smelter doing iron can supply one smelter doing steel. I gotta be taking crazy pills. Maybe I just never looked at it closely because I always build iron refining separately and then build, you know, steel just by itself, not taking in iron ore. Although I guess for other builds that would be, you know, for vanilla, that would be a little bit better to do. But I guess for this, since I can generate ore anywhere, I might as well do a combined block. No, I swear I'm not crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A room filled with rats. And rats make me crazy. You know, that's fine. We'll just keep going as per normal. How are we doing for electricity? Oh, we're getting real close. Actually, we're going to be overdrawn. If all of these run at once, we are going to be really overdrawn. Also, 1 second. I need to... I have to post something somewhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already calculated all the fuel. So everything else should be fine. I know some mod I've played somewhere, I swear made it like 8 iron to, or 8, yeah, 8 iron to 1 steel. But I don't know what it would be. I know I've played a lot of Bobs and Angels, but it's been a long time since I've done those. I don't know, man. We also don't have land for our power expansion, so I should probably worry about that before getting copper filled out. How am I doing? I have 2 boilers. You double up the boilers, double up the steam engines, and that'll get us a little bit of a wiggle room. So let's see. Good thing we have endless iron. Get 2 boilers, 1, 2, 3, 4 engines. And I mean, our copper is, strictly speaking, working. Might as well fill this in. The trials and tribulations of not having butts. Okay, that goes there. Yeah. And luckily, we've managed to keep our power poles relatively clean. I'm gonna have to do something about these inserters. So I should take off my gun, just in case. Almost pressed the force attack button by accident. Sounds like we're gonna need those. Hopefully, nothing can crawl out of the void and, get us. That would be unfortunate. These are running at almost full bore. But do we have enough of these? 20. Okay, so we will need a little bit more for more fuel. Let me see if I can't craft a couple more while we'll wait for that to cycle through. Basically, stone bricks, I'm pretty sure are going to be our only limitation now. And of course, I can basically put another one of these blocks for stone bricks. The ratio might be a little different. Let me actually see before I got that. I know stone bricks are, yeah, they take 2 stone and they take 3.2 second craft time. 3.2. Okay, so the craft time is the same, but it'll need double the void works. Okay, I can do that. Actually, I don't even know if half a belt will be able to handle that. I might have to deal with having a pure belt of stone and then using long-headed inserters to get the fuel, which we have room for. Let's see, these deal with that. Yeah, and I can just move the fuel line over here and run it through. I'll change it later when I need to, because I'm pretty sure this is fine with half lines of fuel and in ore. Okay. We'll put these void works down, and that should keep us going. Although I do wonder how many void works a single belt can handle. Let's go ahead and remove that. Computing by element. Void fuel. I don't know why that's not showing up properly. There we go. Like that. 75. Okay, so we're not anywhere near the limit. That's good to know. Put that here. Let's go get us some more land. I'll definitely have to put something here for all the landfill that we're gonna need, because obviously our landfill printer is touch on the slow side. I'm gonna actually switch the rest of these over to just void flux. That might keep it running a little bit better. Oh, that's also gonna get our power even tighter, since those machines are now actually gonna be running. But I believe. Oh man, listen to those machines purr. That's what industry sounds like, my friends. Oh, that's why I can't build it. I was wondering why there was a hole there. Looked fine to me. Oh yeah, I can just barely see the blueprints through the clouds of steam and smoke we're spewing out. Well, if nothing else, I can at least put 2 steam engines and reduce the load on our power ever so slightly. I did not put an offshoot for that, or something to empty it out with. That's good thing I caught that. I actually ran into that problem in my single player game for my nuclear reactor. I apparently forgot to put an output for all the junk that it was making, and it ran out of water. Although I'm not using the mod that makes so that if it ever hits max temperature it just explodes. That's doesn't sound like a fun mod to use. Especially since they added, they didn't used to have the ability to monitor the temperature from a reactor using wires. They just added that in 2.0. You can just directly connect a reactor to a wire now, which is nice. And it gives you another way of managing its temperature instead of needing to deal with shenanigans with steam tanks and whatnot. Although if you're using that other mod, you basically have to use steam tanks to ensure that your reactor never gets too hot. Ideally, you'd never want to hit the max temperature anyway, because that means you're wasting heat. Which means you're wasting fuel, which is not ideal. Obviously less of a problem in this mod when we don't have patches or resources to deplete and then have to go find new ones. Alright, let's get these placed. Yippee. Yeah, that doesn't really get us a whole lot of extra power. But are these running full time? They are. I can't really get an accurate reading on how much fluid we're going through, because it will more than likely. You know what? Short term. Maybe we are generating enough. Okay. I'll switch these over to the fluid ones, so they should start running twice as fast, which means more landfill. And if we ever run out of fluid, then I can just change one to the other recipe and go from there. So what to do? I feel like we're basically just waiting for landfill at this point. So I'll make some more void works. Get some more stones. You know, this is accumulating stone. I could have the stone get sent to here, so that it'll get sent to one place. Hell, maybe have the rest of the line go through there as well. Let's Move this here so that everything's nice and neat and tidy. Does look like we're a little low on flux. Could also be because I just slapped some new ones on that it hasn't had time to fill. It's getting back up to about 30. We'll check it in a bit. What's to do with the steel? I know I was talking about getting red science properly automated today and maybe green science. Which requires the finalization of this. Yeah, first of all, let's move these stones over here. It's too bad I can't get productivity on on stone or on landfill. Not that we're necessarily close to making modules. Okay, we'll get that there. Let's see how much we can fill in here. I'll just do normal ones for these, so if we do run out, we can at least keep crafting. And I'll go ahead and set up for more. Yippee. Okay. Let me move this over. And I could probably put this here. Oh no, it is gonna have to... It's gonna have to go through there. Hold on. This at least doesn't make clutter. What about if I get a long-handed inserter? Will that work? It will. Okay. Move it one up. Because then I can start having these all just go to the same location so I don't have to worry about them. We'll put landfill here. That only needs to be a normal inserter. How slow these are, these might only also need to be a normal inserter. I'll put this. We'll filter stone. Actually, we'll move it one back. Filter stone. We'll want landfill to go here. Filter. Where's landfill? There it is. And then we'll get another one, which is just going to blacklist landfill. And that should take care of all of these machines. I just have to wind this over here. And now all of our landfill will be in one spot, and I won't have to go running all over multiple places for it. That slow inserter is probably going to be fine once it clears out the belt. I imagine our landfill production is going to be that powerful. If anything, it'll, cycle in waves. And of course, once we get research for inserter hand capacity bonuses, that'll be okay. Yeah, it's clearing it out. Yippee. Okay, so about expanding our power. Basically the two enemy forces for this mod. Not having enough space. Right. Not used to playing with the speed up mod. We basically had it on at minimum 2x, if not 3x, last night for the entire time. But then I went back into my own playthrough and just ran around with 1 times. I didn't put that in the right spot. Oh, I didn't notice that earlier. Okay, well, if we get that squared up, how many is that going to be? So 11, 20, it's going to be 22. So I'm a little leery to build too many, given that each one of those, the power draw that it's going to have, it's going to be a little problematic. But I mean, if we don't have enough, then we're not going to have any power. I'm getting a cascade failure, and this mod is kind of a hassle to fix, given that you're unlikely to have any burners anymore. To just start crafting some of the basic stuff. Although you'll probably have some like burnables sitting around somewhere, and if nothing else, I can always put down those crummy sheds to use. I always mentioned last night I wanted to play some other music. Let me see, where is my Satisfactory playlist? Do I have a Satisfactory playlist? I don't. I can make one. Satisfactory. I do like the Satisfactory music, although some of it, OST is luckily split into 2 tracks. There's, or two discs. There's the more active tracks, and then one called the ambient works, which are very, very soft, as you could probably guess from the name. Anyway, let's see about... wonder if the sounds of the game are just going to overpower the music. Guess we'll find out. Anyway, I can always turn down the game sounds a little bit. Actually, right, I have a background slider to mess around with. There we go. Okay, how is this going? It works. We'll get a couple more for fuel. That should keep us going for a while. Did I skip over the steam engines? I did. I might as well just keep placing these down, honestly. And just keep expanding outward. I think the calculator said 70 something? 75. So let's round that down to 74. And then half that. So 37. So that's almost as much as I can do. So it's 30, 32, 436. Perfect. Hopefully by the time we're starting to reach the end of this, we'll actually have nuclear power and I won't have to worry about all of this. Nuclear is a long way to go. Oh, those boilers didn't even build. 24, so 48 plus 96? 96, yeah. I don't have any raw stone. Okay. Oh, I need another one of these, and I'm just offloading the products onto a box. Stone, and we'll let that pile up. But anyway, I can get the 90, or all of the iron that we need for it. 96 turbines. Oh, of course I don't have a buffer chest. I should probably fix that. Let me see, get some steel. We'll put it like right here on the corner so I can grab multiple things. I can do some of my work for me. I got this RPG leveling mod. Although, I guess for this particular run, assuming we don't have enemies, then most of these aren't really going to be super useful. Oh, that crafting speed one is very, very tempting. Oh, I see the speed up is actually properly tracking your playtime. Because clearly I did not stream for 12 hours last night. Let's see, 40. We'll start crafting those. I guess pulling out all this iron is also gonna really test our stack. Although, right, only half of it can run until we get red belts, which is gonna be a little bit further away until we get, well, science properly fitted out. Though, wonder why the void works up here are actually running. I didn't calculate how much ore that they need properly. Yeah, 15 outflow per minute. Yeah, 900. So minute. Yeah, that should be able to handle them. I don't know, man. It's a lot of math to do. Oh, damn, that already grabbed 1.2k. It's working better than I am. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There we go. That should be 96. And now I can get back to, trying to figure out some other things, like our power. I'm gonna need a bunch of iron for boilers, but that chest should have everything that we need in due time. I hope the music is at an appropriate volume for everything else. Let's get these planted. I really don't want it to run into another problem of not having enough power. It's probably going to be the biggest steam engine stack I've ever had to make. I am quite fond of solar and accumulators. Although due to space limitations, obviously that's a little less good to be using here. But I know solar is also the power of choice for if you're Uh-oh. If you're getting into the mega base territory, because solar requires very, very few calculations to do. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Water. We have an assembler. No. Oh, well. Unfortunate. It'll be fixed soon. I should probably get some more assemblers for some basic products. I guess let's unqueue these. I don't know. Give much pipes. There we go. I'm hoping that's enough to run them. And now my math is all weird. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay. I almost crafted... I'll just get rid of that stack. Perfect. And then we get some long-handed inserters to empty these out. Get this going, get a storage chest, and water is fixed for the foreseeable future. Don't know exactly how much consumption we're going through at maximum. Actually, see, so 18... Let's just round that up to 40. And each one goes through 6 a second. So 240, which is... Oh, that is how much one generates technically. Yeah, so 240, and then I guess times that by 0.85. So 204. So one is little less than fine, but these three should keep us going. Of course, I'll have to foreseeable future the next 15 minutes. You know, hey, if we stay powered for the next 15 minutes, that's a win in my book. But I more than doubled our water production, so it should also be enough for the unforeseeable future. Speaking of, now I need to get a bunch of stone. How many boilers did I say? I think 48. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I already have one for some reason. 1, 6%, 48. Yippee. Also, I just have these 1 tree seeds. I could rip up the tiles somewhere and just plant some trees, although it would probably die almost immediately from our massive pollution cloud that we can pretend doesn't exist if I just disable the pollution layer on my map. And just like that, the pollution is gone. Welcome in, Pie Manning. How's it going? Hope you're doing okay. That's good to hear. You know, I said about like one handles 1.3. I might want to deal with that. Let's see, 72 furnaces. What's the inverse? We have abandoned the cube, I'm sorry to say. I was not cube pilled enough for it. About 56, I think. The cube was a little tedious for me, so I decided to not fall into the same trap that my colonists in RimWorld did and forego the cube. The cube. But the cube is in our hearts. And that's what's important. These already... Oh yeah, these are running full bore. Well, it's a good thing I made a shitload of power generation. This, and, well, this. Yeah. Well, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now we have room for future expansion. Come back and place these later. Let's finish squaring this up. Alrighty. Right now I don't have enough pipe. Let's fix that. Do. Unlimited power. I guess more realistically speaking, slightly less limited power. Okay, 24 more steam engines is a win in my book. No, I don't want to fall into the hole of underbuilding power and then having to reap what I sow much later. What's our power gen at? Almost 65 megawatts of pure boiler to steam engine. It's a beautiful sight to behold. Right, then I need to get these. Those I put down probably are too much for... these, so 18, yeah, 36, so... Oh, that's exactly 1-to-1, perfect. That should keep us going for a bit. Let's get back to making this copper stack, shall we? Scope some of these. Alright, I also have a copper chest. Let's just take these, take that. Apparently not much copper in the copper chest. I guess that makes sense. If the copper line is the one thing that's not finished. Although I have half of it built. Ooh. I think she's about ready. And then after this, all we have left to do is... well, all we have left to do for our immediate plans is science. Hoping 2 full lines is good enough. She's working, she's working. Oh yeah, so there's this new game it's in testing right now. It's in early access or something, but you can request entry to the playtest. I've not had a chance to launch it yet, but it looks like pod racing. Not sure how I feel about the graphical style. There's the trailers and the stuff on the store page don't really look that great. It looks like a bunch of like flashing black textures and obnoxiously bright lights. But the things are very clearly pod racers. What the hell was the game called? Like I sent something or other. Posted to my Discord. Let me have a peep. Yeah, Sent Rivals. Although I don't see a lot of different models for the racers. They all just seem to be kind of the long jet engine style that, you know, Anakin drives, flies, pilots, whatever. Always been, I guess not really surprised, but disappointed with the selection of wait, what? I did something wrong with it. I built them the wrong way. That's it. Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked with a selection of Star Wars games. We had pod racing on the first one, or on N64, I think, and that's it. Of course, ever since LucasArts basically got downsized to like 2 people and turned into a holding company, you know. Instead, we just get a bunch of the same games as already gets made, but with a skin of Star Wars. Was really hoping that EA no longer having the exclusive license to make Star Wars games might mean that we eventually get a good one, but I think the only one to actually come out, well, no, there's 2. There's that Ubisoft one, and then I think some shitty mobile game. Yeah, there was of course the KOTOR remake, which we've not heard of in a long time. Of course, that was put under, I forget who it was put under, it's changed so many times, but it's under Aspire now, which is part of the Embracer group, which, you know, that's definitely a name you've heard of. I think aren't they reformed from THQ Nordic after they went bankrupt? But they also had like a multi-billion-dollar deal fall through and basically went bankrupt overnight and had to like restructure their entire portfolio after spending like gazillions of dollars buying up every company and IP they could. And then when a single deal fell through, suddenly not having enough money for anything for continued operations. Don't we love short-sighted business developments? Also on Saber, which showed production quality of the game early on. Yeah, well, Saber's the one who initially had the KOTOR remake, and then it got shifted over to Aspire. The Saber Interactive is still tagged on it, I don't know why. Of course, there's not really been any talk in the game for a while. We got a trailer. A pre-rendered cinematic trailer and nothing else. Yeah, Space Marine 2, that's where I know them from. Saber Interactive. Oh, Saber Interactive apparently officially took over. What? I thought it was initially at Saber and then it went over to Aspire. Did it go back to Saber? This game has flopped around so much for who was working on it that it's a little hard to keep track of. But hey, maybe they'll make something good. What else did they... Saber done? What else has Saber done that I've played? Their first game is Will Rock from 2003. I've not played that. Battle Los Angeles. You know, Master Chief Collection, of course, that's not their primary thing. Armored Warfare. Shaq Fu. World War Z, which was done by Saber St. Petersburg, which I thought was a decent shooter. I mean, I only played it free on because it was free on Epic, and wasn't really a whole lot to stand out. I will say, having the zombies pile up, you know, like they do in the movie, was kind of cool. I need more of these for more landfill. What's our power at, by the way? 65. Of course, most of these aren't running. Why is this having a hard time getting fuel? Maybe it's just because it takes enough time to spool up. Just steal some copper. A whole bunch of these. Copper off the belts, and that should let us finish it. I'm pretty sure I did my calculations correctly, did I not? Yeah, I mean, this void fuel, these don't have a randomizer, so that should definitely be it. It might just take time to spool up, since these will take up to 5 fuels. I'm sure it'll be okay. Okay, so I can finish fleshing this out, and then we can get to making red science. Yippee. Obviously not going to be aiming for a full red belt's worth, or even half a belt's worth. Let me go and start planning for that. I want to say I usually make like 12 assemblers. Of course, we need less if we're using these. Okay, that just takes that. Iron gear wheels. 1. What if we do 0.5? Oh, that's just gonna be 7. Okay, even for half a belt. It looks like you can do up to 10. So we'll do 10 assemblers. Well, what was that? No. No, the ratio should still be kept even if we upgrade the assemblers. And we'll do it, I guess if we do 20, then I can have 2. That's what's the outflow gonna be. Oh, that's gonna need a full this science belt, or full iron belt by itself. Oh no, that's for 7.5, which we're not gonna be doing. 7.5. Okay, I'm sure it'll be fine. 5, 2, 4. Yeah, we'll do 20 assemblers, and that'll let me get away with two iron gear assembly machines. So let's get on that. And start the bus. Now where should I have the bus run? I have the center of the map here. Indeed we did. So too shall it demark the center of the bus. So we're gonna have to spend some landfill getting here, but you know what? It's worth it. I'm also gonna need to get some power poles here. We'll be able to put a big power pole in the center at some point in the future. Okay, let's run this over here. I gotta say, if given the chance to play them, I would definitely pick Factorio over Satisfactory most of the time. Not that I don't like playing Satisfactory, and if if I had a friend that wanted to play an automation game and all they had was Satisfactory, I'd happily jump on. But I do really enjoy the music in Satisfactory. I think maybe a little bit more than Factorio, although Fulgora's soundtrack slaps. Let's just put this here so that I don't build. We can get this planned out for a proper 4x4. Obviously not gonna have enough iron for that anytime soon. So we do 2, we need 4, perfect. And well, let's go ahead and get that going. We have the makings of a bus. Let's go ahead and just pull these up so I can eventually run some iron onto them when I need to. Oh, they said it couldn't be done. So that has to go that way. Okay. Let's just focus on this one line. Zoop. Perfect. To watch Factorio just because Satisfact doesn't view as well. You can't see as much and spend a lot of time in the game. It seems to be travel. Yeah, obviously with you know, one major thing with Factorio was being able to get construction and logistics spots, and at that point you can basically play the entire game in map mode, which means you're not limited by your fleshy body, and you don't really have anything in like that in Satisfactory. And also because of the blueprint system being a lot smaller, it means that you can't easily build like cookie cutter or, you know, tileable designs that let you expand a lot faster. Everything has to be done by hand. And, you know, I mean, it does have a blueprint system, but it's got a lot more limitations. See, travel in this game is interesting or more efficient. Yeah, and of course you generally don't have to travel once you get to a certain point. I also really like Fluids 1.0 was something, but I hate how Fluids work in Satisfactory. Actually having to deal with like head pressure and whatnot, and, you know, generating lift for something. There are some workarounds that you can do to basically prime your pipes. Requires some workarounds and requires you getting a lot later in the tech tree than when you initially unlock Fluids. But you can, you know, basically connect a water source very high and have it connected, but have connected to a valve that you just don't allow flow through. And then the pressure will still transfer through, so you can basically put the water tower like straight up, and that'll actually put pressure down the lines, even if water actually isn't flowing through it. Yeah, I mean, it does introduce challenges, but obviously, you know, not just having that, but also having throughput limitations of, what is it, like 300 a second for normal pipes, and then 600 for Mark IIs, and that's it. I'll give you quite enough tools to not make it a hyper pain. Yeah, it would be nice if, I also really just hate how you can't see where the water level rises to normally, for putting pumps to, you know, get around the whole head pressure thing. If you already have a pump somewhere, then it will allow you to snap to it, to make it easier to, you know, keep everything in line. But if you don't have a pump, it doesn't snap to just wherever the natural water level will rise to. And of course you don't want to place a pump too low, because that'll cause problems. It resets the how it works is it resets the lift. It doesn't just add however much lift to it. So obviously if you put it a little too low, then you're losing out on some free lift. And, you know, maybe that might be a little too min-maxy, but it kind of cause problems sometimes, and especially trying to get water to freaking nuclear reactors. What was the goddamn problem in this game in 1.0, and it's like always a problem in Satisfactory. Just can never get enough water. I ended up actually getting some kind of cheaty blueprint off of from Satisfactory, just because it was made with a mod that like reduces clearances, and it means that you can actually build a lot more water extractors in a smaller area. Which, to be honest, like, they're so big. Should be able to make like futuristic better coolants. Yeah. You know what would actually be cool? There's probably a mod for it, but I know something that, like, aren't sodium reactors a thing that are a lot more efficient? I know sodium reactors are popular in, like, fucking Minecraft reactor mods. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sodium cooled reactors are a thing. It'd be cool for you to, you know, get something. Of course, it doesn't have to be sodium, but, like, better coolants in real life, it's just not as cheap as convincing the local government to give you water for free. Yeah, you know, let us use all your fine water that you have in very limited supplies to cool our AI towers so that we can make money off of it. Oh, we're not gonna pay you anything for the water, but you know, we'll bring jobs here. And by bring jobs here, I mean we'll bring people from where we want to that aren't local. I should probably get some fuel off of this. Yippee. This is actually a mod for Satisfactory I've been meaning to check out. I haven't actually played with any mods yet. I swear, they said that they were working on an official, like, mod API and mod loader. Maybe not mod loader. I might be just pulling that one out of my ass, but I know they were working on like official mod support. But I've not heard anything on that in a long time. I don't know what happened to it, if it's still happening or not. I forgot I had these bigger power poles. I can go ahead and put them now. Start getting a proper power backbone, of which, ooh, okay, sorry, it's got to be right in the center. I'm sure you understand. Nothing else I can. With this underneath. Perfect. And now I wonder if it's actually still gonna be able to connect if I put it over here. Get squeaked through. It's not gonna be able to. Okay. Well, that's okay. It's gonna be off center, but I have a big power pole that, if nothing else, is connected directly to the power generation. So we have that going for us, which is nice. Let's get rid of this. Okay, more void forges. All right. I don't think I've ever built a horizontal bus before. I know I usually build vertical buses. Pizza, did you get stolen by the ad break? All me talking to you was just gonna be yapping at the void. Okay, so you are here. Did we ever build a horizontal bus? I have a feeling that we always built vertical buses. All the buses I remember building were always vertical. Yeah, I know I was watching this other Factorio YouTuber. You know, I watch a lot of Dosh Doshington and some Doc Jade, and there's another one I started watching recently. That he's got some strong opinions on vertical buses, let me tell you. Yeah, I've well, we're going horizontal this time. I don't remember the exact quote, but they were very much not a fan of vertical buses. Well, as far as factory readability, you know, you might be able to tell with my whole ultra wide deal, but if I have a horizontal bus, that means it can actually fit more of the factory on my screen at any given time. And even without ultra wide, you're always going to be playing with your monitor where the longest part is horizontal, so that's still going to give you more view space. I know that was one of the complaints that people had for space, and the fact that stations move vertically is the amount of ship that you could see at any given one time is going to be necessarily capped because your monitors are always wider than they are tall. Like, nobody plays in fucking portrait mode. And of course I have a longer screen than normal. I can only imagine playing on that Samsung, what's it like, the G59, where I think it's 59 inches wide. I don't remember what the aspect ratio of it is. I know I'm on 21:9. I forget what the next most common ultra wide is. I think it's like 34:9. No, 21:9 and then 32:9. Oh, now I have to look up that Samsung monitor. Okay, no, that one I'm thinking of, I guess that's the 32:9. How big is that G9 monitor? 49 inch. I thought it was 59 inches. General Grievous, you're shorter than I expected. But yeah, I can't imagine. It's always a nice surprise running into a game that actually supports ultra wide properly. Obviously, the older you go, the less support you're gonna have. And then there's technically supported with just literally having the ability to render it properly without things being cut off or squished, and then like properly supported like Void Crew, which I have not streamed in a hot second, but like actually confining giving you the option to confine the UI to the center of your screen, which is also helpful. I've actually been thinking about redoing my UI in Final Fantasy XIV just to have things a little bit more centralized so that I can still see everywhere, but all the necessary information, you know, is like right dead center, and I don't have to like dart around for it. Does make the center a little bit more cluttered, but you know, these are the decisions you have to make. I still have 100 tiles, so let's go expand on our fuel. Three. Fuck it. Something that actually really gets on my tits. You know, I know not a lot of people do ultra wide, and ultimately if you're, I forget the term, I want to say like vectorized elements that are like way easy to resize and, you know, have look good at any size, but I understand that having to, you know, account for them takes additional time coding, but it does get on my tits a little bit when like indie games with half a man as a developer supports my monitor better than fucking multi-billion-dollar or multi-million-dollar games from multi-billion-dollar companies. I can just see Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out and not having like proper ultra-wide support. I want to say that Grand Theft Auto 5 for a while didn't properly support it. Oh, it has an ultra-wide. Well, maybe Corp doesn't even know they exist. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know very many people that have an ultra-wide. No, one of my friends was like, hey, I just got an ultra-wide, and he sends me his new ratio, and it's not ultra-wide, it's just a fucking 1440p monitor. Which is nice, don't get me wrong. But runs their ultra-wide in portrait mode too. Honestly, I have been tempted to get an ultra-wide to start running in portrait just for the just like have OBS and like chat on and stuff like that. Cause I don't need chat to be thick. I need it to be long. And I'm also out of screens, or not screen space, desk space. Oh, yippee, let's get all these filled in. I have pipes? I do have pipe. Right now I just have chat docked in my OBS window. I do have a separate tool for chat, but like, I just don't have enough monitors. I also do have my iPad sitting in front of me that also has chat, so that technically works. Just need to like reorganize my desk or something. Yippee. You know what? I am done playing with you small power poles. Get out of here. We do not require your services anymore. Roll this over. Yippee. Let's put that there. So we can have some plans. Make sure I know where the center of the bussy is. Why did I make this? What do I need wood for? I know what I needed it for. I needed it for small power poles, which I do not need anymore. Alright, we've leveled up now, boys. Granted, them here probably doesn't make that much of a difference. But you know what? They look nicer. And that's a win in my book. Perfect. Oh, it's beautiful. How much power do we have now? Ooh. Almost 82 megawatts. 0.2 kilowatts or whatever. Some amount of gigawatts. I don't even want to think about tiling this all in stone just yet. It's a problem for later. Imagine once we hit this, we'll probably have, I don't know, 120 megawatts. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Not a human calculator. Not a mentat. I guess technically speaking, the term computer is in fact still valid. That's what computers used to be. People. I'm a computer. Cannot reach. Sad day. You know, I could probably just run an upgrade planner over these to let's get them the blueprint right. Not that they're going to be placed automatically for me to have to even think about worrying about that. Of course. Well, if nothing else, we got a little bit more power going, so let's finally get to science. Now, where do I want it? I think if I'm going to be building the bus upwards to extend it, then I will put the factory downwards. Or not extend like how far it goes, but when putting more products on it, I'll be stacking them up to keep it all nice and neat. So yeah, we'll run it southwards. Now, it just takes iron. Oh, I'm also gonna have to figure out somewhere for laboratories, which I guess I can put those anywhere adjacent, or maybe even behind the science things. And since they're not going to need any connection to the bus, I can just have a line on the other side of the production that then goes up to the labs. Yeah, okay. Let's start eyeballing it. So I'm going to need 22 assembling machines, I think. And that should get us going. Ooh, I also have enough copper. Or enough steel. What I don't have is enough copper. I don't have any other bends. I'm gonna get a good storage going. We can make it work. Might as well fill that in. Put our proper buffer here. Doot. Perfect. Let's go ahead and scoop up all the copper we can muster. Look at those inserters. I don't like that they're out of sync, but what can you do? Oh yeah, I also need to make plates. C-O-P-P-E-R. Copper. Sprite assemblers. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make 57 of them. C-O-P-P-E-R. Right, I don't think this does capitals. Does it do capitals? Cover. No. It's always capital. Cooper? I hardly know her. I do have some red science packs that I can just stick in here. You know what? If I do have all this this iron, I might as well make use of handcrafting while we set up the other thing. Yoink. Give me the reds. Oh, and of course, level 1 doesn't start off with a single skill point. Tragic. I do wish you could level up your player character somehow, like just in the base game to or upgrade your own quality to be a higher quality person, because players do have qualities. A legendary player has 625 health. Of course, there's no way to actually get that. Something you might not know. Shove yourself into a recycler. Why don't you come over here and we'll try that. Yeah, you can. Biters will never show up in any higher quality higher than normal, but with later research, you can grow normal biters, and those eggs can have quality. And if you let those eggs hatch instead of use them, they will come out as their requisite biters. So you can spawn a. I think they'll always come out as small biters. Oh no, it's dependent on the stack of eggs. More eggs doesn't 100 eggs I think is one stack. It doesn't mean you'll get 100 biters. It just increases the size of it. I think it's might also be a combination of the evolution, but God help you if you accidentally spawn a legendary behemoth biter that you have to deal with. Damage. Oh, it does more damage at higher health. At least it doesn't have more healing and health resistances. On speed. Crafts. Demolisher. At least you can't get a higher quality demolisher. Patrolling speed. Investigating. Hacking and enraged. Some of them I did notice that they balanced out is you actually can't put quality in these things. Well, first of all, these only take runes, which are different from modules because they're called runes. But with the exception of the efficiency rune, they're actually a bit stronger than the normal ones. But there's no quality one, and you can't put modules in these, so you can't try and fish for crafting higher quality stuff, unfortunately. I think some of these. If it takes products, now the only one of these that actually takes products is the inverse void crafting, which would you want to do that with something quality? But yeah, there's no just freely farming legendary stuff here. You gotta just rely on the Gamba for it. I should tile that. When do I get concrete? Soon. Let's look at the. Let's all queue all this stuff up. Military science. Military science I don't think is going to be super useful. But you know, once we level up, once we go to a new planet, I'm gonna take us turning a shield on sand. That was terrifying. Yeah, I accidentally did that when we were playing before. I know I loudly exclaimed into the microphone, oh shit, I accidentally turned on my shield. That was because I was out on the open sand. Yeah, shields do be making a lot of vibrations. Shields know that they let the worms know that there's hot single worms in their area, and they get told exactly where the area is. Oh, that's a lot of bricks. I'll even say that we're bricked up, as it were. Yeah, I shouldn't use all of these on paving. Also, I don't feel like that stands. I feel like that doesn't stand out enough. We'll do it one tile below. There we go. Now it's got some space between it. Upper. I'll put an up arrow as well. I'll have to wait for that to craft. I'm just worrying about getting green circuits is going to be my next problem after red science, because I'll need them for green science. It just takes, yeah, iron and more iron. Let's see. Well, this just takes copper, so copper and iron. So let's go ahead and run this down. Oop. Belt contamination. Run that down. Welcome back, Pymanding. A little warm, but we're doing okay. You know what I do need to get us a radar. I am not cubed, no. We have not been cubed for quite some time. We have successfully banished the cube. The cube is permanently gone. So we technically we don't use this void ocean for anything really. It's not like C block in that way where we have to pump the void ocean and turn it into stuff. I think though that would be kind of cool. But these special machines that we can craft here basically cast spells to summon in items, but there's a chance of summoning in junk that we have to deal with. It's also very slow, and these machines are kind of power intensive, but if we want to actually target something specific, you know, that's how we gotta go. And due to the craft times of anything that's actually assembled, you tend to want to actually summon in things as low as possible, like ore. That is a mod option you can turn on, but I felt, well, first of all, I didn't even notice it was there until I checked later. But I'm running default mod settings right now, so I do have to actually deal with excess items. So let's look at our iron here, right? It has an 85% chance to generate iron, a 9.5% chance to generate stone, 4.5% to generate an iron plate, which, you know, we can just send straight down the iron. And then 1% for a void shard, which we use for crafting other stuff. So those are the things we just send down here. And I turn the stone into landfill, and that deals with that. One of the most common byproducts of a lot of summonings is stone. Although for assembled components, you have the chance to get their constituent components instead. So, you know, inserters, it has a chance to get gear wheels and electronic circuits. And I can just scoop those up at any point and, like, turn them actually into, you know, whatever they're supposed to make. Well, some of these. Oh, I should probably upgrade those to steel chests. But hey, we will have no shortage of belts, let me tell you. And got some landfill. So copper is, I believe, used directly on the science pack. So yeah, we'll need 2. Making the Big Bang? No, we're hopefully escaping this planet. I don't know what the win condition is of Voidcraft, actually. We can summon in nuclear bombs. 900-second crafting time, but we make it out of Voidium 666. And considering that we can just summon in Voidium at some point, that means that'll let us get atomic bombs on planets other than the first one. Ooh. We will get to see the mythical, can we actually make atomic bombs on, or use atomic bombs on the Demolisher. Alright, I think you can use atomic bombs on other planets, you just have to craft them there. You have to send all the constituent components instead of, you know, just crafting the bomb. Shaped void capture. Void file, Void capture. Reclamation. Ruptured, rapid shard, Let's see. Void crafting, a kilo of void craft. Looks like you kind of run out of void stuff to research once you start hitting the different planets. 100 seconds to summon a supercapacitor. Oh, I think I'm okay. Although a conjuring stack inserters might be nice. 375 crafting time. That's a little bit of an oof. But anything to let me not be on Gleba. Oh, and we can summon in artillery shells. 240 seconds a shell. But okay. So red science, gear wheels, and Cooper. What makes power? So power you can't summon through the void. I mean, you technically can, but we're just using steam engines here. Power is basically vanilla. Steam engines to, we're not going to be dealing with solar power panels just because being limited on space is kind of one of the things and takes too much space. And eventually we'll level up to reactors. No, so this is something else. This is void fuel. It's solid fuel by another name, but crafting it doesn't generate any byproducts, so I don't have to worry about anything else. So I just have a whole shitload of these making solid fuel. Void shards are used, we can't use anything for them yet, but they're used for the runes, which are modules for these things. They're also used for a few other things. I think they might be used in the higher quality science packs, but we're not there yet. Anyway, hopper. Okay, yeah, we'll just craft this. Get my paintbrush a little bit smaller. Let's set that down. And then gear wheels. I don't think we need a full belt of copper for this. We don't. Gear wheels. Okay, so what I should probably do. I'm gonna want it on the other side. Get that fixed up. Okay. And then I can put the gear wheels on the other side. We'll get 2 inserters. Or not inserters, 2 assemblers. Gear wheel, gear wheel. I'm gonna sell some fast and sturdy boys, and I'll have to go grab some more. Luckily we have a handful. You make them in the chemical refinery. I don't think you need the next tier of chemical refinery to do it, but yeah, you craft them there. They take a lot of water, so yeah, I would empty out your inventory as much as possible and gather that sand in bulk. That flower sand's always going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, we get that set up. Boop. Dude. Get that going. Pizza's playing Dune right now. I was trying to stream Dune earlier, but it's doesn't run well with my current setup while I'm streaming. It overloads the stream specifically. The game runs fine. I wish I could I've tried dedicating a higher priority to like OBS so that it tries taking more resources, but that doesn't really seem to help. Yeah, they had their first DLC come out recently, and it's a bit of a mixed bag. I haven't had time to play the story, like it just came out this past week. It was like 20, right? It has some new items. I don't remember what the price is for it. The building, it had some new building pieces, which are kind of nice. They look pretty cool, but it's 4 building pieces. It's not even a full set of building pieces. You get foundations, which, you know, need to touch the ground. You get a wall, a double door, which isn't high enough to fit big vehicles, and you get a roof. You don't get any windows. You don't get any, like, columns to use for doing second floors. You don't get stairs. $20 for the 1 DLC? That's crazy. They're not having a good track record with DLC lately. Steam I understand a little bit more. Oh no, the first DLC says it's $19. Not 19, $13. Oh, and I guess the season pass is 25. Wooddeeb. Steam changed its policy on DLC so that if you have a season pass, you have to have one DLC at launch. And I guess to get around that, people have just started doing very small like DLCs to have it technically available at launch. I think that's kind of a stupid decision, honestly. You know, that makes it a little bit more abundant that you're just carving out content that is already done and ready for launch and charging more for it. But at the same time, they are literally required by Steam to do that. That is how season passes are working now since I think summer. I don't remember exactly when Steam changed its policy, but that's something that they did. But yeah, the season pass is $24.99, and then the DLC by itself is $13. And I don't even think you can get the first DLC, which is 4 statues that you can put in your base. They don't look that great. I mean, this sandworm statue is kind of cool, but like, it has mostly negative reviews for a reason. And even under the understanding that like it's literally Steam's policy that they have to follow now, I don't think people very much care. I kind of don't care that much. I think it's a pretty decent base building survival crafting game. If those aren't your thing, I don't know if Dune is going to change that for you, but if they are your thing, I think Dune's pretty good. I have a lot of time on it. What is the policy they're following? Steam changed their policy so that if you have a season pass and the season pass is available at launch, one piece of DLC has to be available at launch. There has to be a launch DLC launching with the season pass. I think they wanted to combat people having season passes and being like super vague on stuff. You know, I've never really liked the whole, selling content that not only like the work isn't done, so it doesn't, exist even in the terms of code. It might not even conceptually exist. Like they sell a vague idea of what they may or may not do at some point in the future. But I don't work at Valve. I don't know the full thought process on why that policy got implemented. But that is a Steam policy. I faced those the wrong way. God damn it. Or people from selling content that doesn't even exist yet. Yeah, and I can understand that, but like, obviously when Dune is a higher profile game launching after that policy was changed and people aren't used to it, and most people probably don't even know about it. And also the DLC that launched with it isn't that great. Well, like, look at how Dune is getting around it. You get a couple statues to put in your base. Which, not to defend that kind of content, but I do get why skins and whatnot get done so much, because once the foundation for skins is done, there's not really a lot of work that coders need to do. At that point, it's, from my understanding, entirely on the artists. And, once the systems are in place to support skins, you can just kind of go from there. On Dune for being shitty to try and walk around the rules rather than playing better practices. Yeah, I wish the first DLC was more substantial. It's kind of unfortunate that it's so garbage. The devs have been being a lot more receptive to players and feedback, which is nice, but I can't really defend a lot of their monetization practices that they've been following. Just wait and launch your pass once the first DLC was actually done, or get shit on the reviews. Yeah. or just not even launch like have a season pass at launch. I don't like the idea of pre-ordering content. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. It all started with horse armor. 18 times the detail of Fallout 4. Just do away with pre-ordering. Man, I wish. Sadly, people that are more in tune on this kind of thing and, you know, tend to be more opinionated are unfortunately in the minority. People screaming about not pre-ordering on Reddit or social media in general is not gonna do a whole hell of a lot when, you know, a lot of the gamers that companies go after, you know, for fucking your FIFAs and your whatnot, or people that probably don't, you know, don't have a whole lot of games that they play, or maybe they'll play their games that they recognize, and definitely don't engage with them beyond playing them. Isn't that Roblox nowadays for literal children? With indie game pre-ordering. I don't want to make exceptions for people. I would rather just not have pre-orders. Don't really like forking over money for stuff that, you know, doesn't exist. And a lot of these AAA, I mean, not just AAA companies, but a lot of companies have also kind of started rolling back how many review copies they send out. Now, obviously, if you have confidence in your product, then you won't hold back review copies, but some people don't like the wild card of a reviewer. But approved people don't have the money to fully fund development. That's a good case for it, but yeah, when you're talking about fucking Activision and goddamn Call of Duty, if you guys are having money problems, I think there are bigger problems that you need to address. Pre-order the Call of Duty Whiz-Bang edition with working night vision goggles or whatever. That one Call of Duty game that like made a big deal about having a dog. Get the Call of Duty Dog Edition. It comes with a real dog. A lot of time a one-person stream and they still need to live. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just been tainted by so many bad practices, and obviously if you pre-order something, that could just be money down the drain. And I've pre-ordered a fair share of things in my day, and pre-orders, early access, founders editions, there's not many I can say that weren't a waste of money and that I probably should have just waited for something to be more developed. For pre-orders in general, I can't really say, but like for various games that have run like the whole founders pack thing, you know, get early access to something. Typically, I think that's usually like MMOs that run with the founders pack deal. I don't think any of them besides one is even still running, so you know. Remember we did it for Arcade, that got shut down. Did it for Firefall, which I thought was a great game. Little did I know that Mark Kern was behind it, who you might know as Grums. Let's just say there's a reason the game failed, and the studio is that studio even still alive? I don't know if it is. The last post that they've made is that they're shutting down Firefall back in 2017. I don't think this studio is even a thing anymore. Oh yeah, well, a lot of the hyperlinks are They're not even hyperlinks anymore. Well, that explains it. I know he's off to a new grift now. Not that it's a politics channel, but I would probably not buy any more games that that man's worked on. Of course, I didn't know who he was back in 2012. Here's the bus. That seems like a gigantic waste of money. I was on that bus. Did you get on that bus? They were at Anime Expo. Because I played Firefall there. I don't know if that was my first exposure to Firefall, but I was on the bus. The multi-million-dollar bus. Oh, you looked at it but didn't have time for it. It was very cramped and hot and stuffy, as you can imagine from a bus with like, fuck, how many computers? I want to say at least 24 computers. I think there was like 12 on either side. Gotten in on the Firefall train before that. Okay. I know we got in pretty early for the... Oh, you don't know about the bus. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you about the bus. You have more evidence that trains are better than buses. Indeed, indeed. Okay, well. Sorry, let me close that out. We'll just do a little bit of display capture really quick. That. You'll have to forgive the homepage. Firefall bus. Hopefully this Reddit post. No, they don't have a picture of the bus. It's gotta be, here we go, the bus. So this studio has spent let me fix my display capture here. Maximize that. This bus here, all right? The studio spent, I want to say, at least $3.5 million on. And they weren't already doing good financially, but they spent a shitload of money on a custom bus to tour the game off with. I don't know, it was from like some fancy custom RV company. But yeah, they spent millions of dollars on it. And from what I understand, only the CEO really wanted it. I know someone did a deep dive video on, you know, what happened. It was mainly about Mark Kern, but it extensively covered Firefall and Red 5 Studios and Debussy. But, we had to get the bus paid, $1 million in costs after. Yeah, I want to say that the number I heard was like 3.5. I guess that was probably total. Anyway, they couldn't afford to run Firefall for very many years. Probably because they were spending millions of dollars on stupid shit like this. There we go. Could pay me that much and I've done better to do the less. So that picture unfortunately didn't have interiors. But yeah, it was basically like a whole gaming bus. Although the inside was mainly computers and stuff. Let me see if there's more on images for me to pull back up. Wait, Moist Critical did a video on this? When? Uploaded... Is this Moist Critical video or is he reacting to someone? That's a fucking clip channel. I don't want to watch that. Okay, well apparently he covered it at some point. But yeah, it is what it is. It was a very nice job, and it makes sense that it cost that much, but they're definitely paying a premium. They're going to West Coast Customs of all places. Yeah, I'm not really that big into custom RVs and stuff. You know, that's not my deal, but I've heard their name before, so clearly they're a name that gets around, and you know, typically if you're a name that gets around, you can charge a little bit more for that. Custom hot rod and bike place. Oh, I mean, those still aren't my thing, but yeah. The main point is that I've heard their name before, which means that they're not exactly, you know, they've at least got some word of mouth going around. And my ride was filmed in their shop. Ah, I see. That might be where I first heard it. Stop that science. Don't know why they made that decision. Well, I'm pretty sure it was the guy on top who made that decision. You know, I thought Firefall was a great game. They kept making major changes to like how it worked and made it less and less it kept losing its identity with all the major updates they were doing. Proper RV Play is probably going to done it for far cheap on account of being more accustomed to doing large vehicle customization at a greater scale without the name cost. Yeah, but you know, hindsight's 2020, and I bet you he wanted to be able to say it was from West Coast Customs. You know, have some sort of name brand recognition to it. There's a tramp step on its fender. Yeah, I noticed that. No, I didn't circle that out on my camera or my my monitor. But I mean, let me go double check our landfill, then we should be good. West Coast Customs was from GTA. I don't remember what some of the custom shops in GTA are called. Usually they have like, you know, spoof names. I don't recall any like straight up product or placement or whatnot in GTA. Is that one that's based on them? Wait, no, I don't want it to be don't want it to be all on one side. I don't want it to be on two sides, rather. We'll get that going, and then you know, we'll put that there. Okay, closer. And then now we can get the labs going. I will need to move these over. Well, not that they're doing anything anyway. My inventory is cramped. So let's divvy out some of these. Get some reclaimed inventory. I'm going to have to figure out a good ratio for these. But let me go ahead and slurp these up. I guess I can just put a little bit of a block for it. How full is this? That is pretty full. Ooh, okay. Let's offload the stone. Getting rated out here? Am I getting rated? Oh, ratioed. Okay, I can read. BCC is a Los Angeles company, so custom shop in DJ existing and being similar makes sense. Yeah, I've obviously not spent a whole lot of time in LA, but you know, spoofing a whole bunch of stuff is kind of, you know, one of their things. You get EKO role for overlanders to do something with a bus for sure. They do specialized campers and overlanders with a ton of custom work. It's like 300k up to $1 million for a completely custom one. Sell a self-contained military surplus truck that can survive the apocalypse. Yeah, but it's not gonna have that name brand. You know, I also need to get another boiler for getting rid of garbage. Let's do that really quick. It wouldn't necessarily be in their normal skill sets. Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have to deal with the PC stuff, just spaces for PCs, you know? I'm sure the company could find someone else to do the PCs. I would hope a car shop is not fucking assembling PCs as well. But, you know, I guess with that guy in charge, who knows? Like the stations and desks, yeah. Dude, that's not gonna work because there's not gonna be enough space. Bog standard 110 V outlets with stabilized power. Yeah, something like that. Ooh, that works. That works perfect. Now, get this running. I'll need to get some water over here. So that's gonna be something. Dude, get that out there. Dude, and okay, well, I guess that's not gonna work. Unfortunate. Full power system with solar and battery systems that are similar to what homes have. I don't think that's gonna work for like 24 PCs, but yeah. I mean, there were a lot better ways if you really wanted this promo bus, this custom promo bus, to roll around to the country. I don't even know how much use it got. Like, I know it went to Anime Expo. And of course they had booth babes, basically. Very important to have the women's. A dedicated generator be sized to your power needs. I guess so. Ooh, need to move that over. Players in the way. What's happened to me? How could I happen to me? Okay, let's split this off. Do void shards over here. And now these extra burnables will be gotten rid of. This will go through that pretty fast. Why do I have tree seeds? Oh, right, that stupid wood grower that I had to get rid of. Get rid of a spoilage as well. Get that. Get just a normal inserter. We don't need anything fast and fancy. You don't want to put hours on the truck engine. You want an auxiliary engine, which is smaller, exactly as big as needed, which is designed for generator use. Rotor, engine, vehicle engines. I mean, they also, I'm sure, taking it to cons, you know? Don't necessarily have to worry about that. Okay, well, let me just... that here. We'll put the wood and... now that's good. It's not used much. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's sitting somewhere. I want to say someone like, I think someone had the logo from it. Yeah, I mean, that's how it worked. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, even in a lot of these pictures, you can see like the yellow, like cable covers that you use for the venues and stuff. Community spotlight. Wish to know more about the bus. Had an onboard server? I didn't know that. That's crazy. You know, he's working on another game right now, and It's some like crypto blockchain bullshit game. It looks terrible, it plays terribly. And you'd think at this point, with him and his reputation being pretty cemented, that people would not play it, but I guess there are a bunch of people that play it. But the kicker is, apparently a lot of people in the community are very, very mad because, I mean, you've definitely seen his Twitter handle before. The man shitposts like almost as much as Elon does, which is an impressive amount of shitposting. And obviously if you're shitposting on Twitter 24/7, you're not working on the game that you're saying is being actively developed. Well, actual specs of the bus were never actually released. Well, you know, why would you want to mess around actually giving information like that? I guess if they're only running like one game server though, that wouldn't necessarily be too much to run. You know, you don't need super powerful hardware if they're going to be running on a local server where, you know, at most there is going to be like 24 people playing. Put that. Put a space. I'll need to run some stuff on the other side, but for now, we're on a Minecraft server. Oh, everything comes back to Minecraft. Oh, sorry about that. I was stretching and accidentally smacked my microphone. Two, we'll run another. Okay, well that's a little bit more than I was planning on running, but that's okay. Do and do. I've had enough of Michael and his phone. We will preemptively wire this up for another color, another one. No, that's not gonna be symmetrical. Doesn't 5 games bump sound. God, you know what haunts me to this day is whatever sound library Morrowind used for its door open sound. I swear I have like ESPN for something or that because I can recognize that door open sound from anywhere. I will sometimes just be playing a game or even listening to a trailer. I swear there was a game that they showed off at the game advertisements this year. I don't remember what it's actually called. The show that Jeff Keighley runs. And in the trailer, they had that fucking doors open sound. I don't know if it was open source necessarily, but there are common sound libraries that devs can use. Yeah, I imagine they still have to give like accreditation and stuff, but either, you know, just common libraries that either are free or that you have to pay for, but it's, you know, a bundle of sound libraries that you can use. But yeah, once you've heard that sound, you'll recognize it anywhere. Of course, in the look, you can just look up a game by what sounds it includes. Okay, how many? First of all, if we're making 20, calculator, 20, and they take 5 seconds a piece. So we're making about 4 science a second, but we're only crafting up 0.75. It's about 3 science a second. Free Wilhelm screen, crazy that Star Wars had that screen. Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. I want to say in the special editions, didn't they remove it or change it or something? I'm pretty sure that's one of the many changes that the special editions have made. Oh, if they're making 3 science a second, you know, let's aim for 5 for the arcology packs. Give me 5 a second. 27. Yeah, we're not gonna be going for that recipe though. 177. 5 a second, that doesn't sound right. Oh, red science because of science. You care the least about throughput. Usually not, because when I build bigger sciences, I try to keep them balanced. So I don't actually like know what my I don't know if I actually calculated this right. 2 science a second. 3 sounds right. Well, 3.1. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be exactly 3 science a second. So if I need that much for purple science, my last 2 playthroughs have also yet to finish Factorio. Factorio is I mean, without the DLC, it doesn't take that long to finish. You know, what the speedrun achievement for that before is definitely already invalidated it. Was it always 8 hours? I want to say that they changed the oh yeah, launch a rocket to space within 8 hours. So if you could beat the game in 8 hours, I know that's speedrunning. But then there's also, what's the current win condition? Win? No. Reach solar system's edge? I swear there's another achievement for like reaching the edge of the solar system. Yeah, finish the game within 40 hours. It's a blue check, something like, no man, I'm good. When I did finally launch a spaceship, it was in the DLC. Yeah, well, they do also make it a lot faster, I think. Because rockets no longer require all of the sciences except white. They just require blue, so red, green, blue, you're ready to go to space. Obviously, that's a little bit farther away from that right now. Given that we are currently voiding it. You know, instead of that other thing, I think we'll do summoning packs from beyond the realms of time and space. How much space do we need to put here? Well, let's get some more copper plates. Give me the copper. Copper. Did Base Factorio have civilization that was on the planet? No. I think the only planet that technically has a civilization is Fulgora. And, you know, that's just because of all the ruins and scrap everywhere. What happened to them? Who knows? This ain't a lore video. We'll find MatPat. I don't even know if there is any lore. But, I mean, there are the natives of biters. Red science. Dude. Science-y. Oh, it uses the cogs for. Ooh, I don't like how that looks. I think it should be on the right-hand side. We market it with all of them oil. Yeah. Or maybe we can Helldivers it and turn the bugs into oil for freedom and democracy. Why did I come over here? Right, landfill. Yoink. Missing my red science. Get that there. Get that lined up. Science. Question is, will it actually remember the words I typed? Nope. Okay. So that was pointless. Maybe. Okay. It'll probably look a little bit better once we pave it as well. You know what? It deserved it. As a treat. Red science. What do you guys think? Yeah, it looked better on the left or the right. I'm being indecisive now. Let me get some paving so that it's an equal comparison. I don't think I had too much caffeine. I could probably use a little bit of caffeine. Ooh, Ooh, I also don't like the letters, or they're not even. Oh, I don't like that at all. They're probably not meant to be placed vertically. I cannot unsee this. The E and the R don't line up. The E and the D line up? Looks like the E and the D line up, but the R and the E D line up, but not the E. The C also looks a little off. The I is definitely off. I hate it. You know, we'll do both of them. That way there's no ambiguity on what's here. And then can also use those as spacers. Zoop. Okay. Ease. Start summoning some more science. This will probably be, considering that we're either going to be doing normal science or not normal science, I imagine these will likely have time to fill up. I'm also going to have to deal with the byproducts. Okay. With the mystic ways of science. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, you can make them, but I don't think we have a way to make void shards yet. So I'm entirely reliant on RNG. And considering I don't have bots, I don't want to rely on RNG to get dir science. I'd rather just craft it directly. You know what I did forget to make was a buffer for the science to back up. That way, ever production lulls, I can fix it. Incorporated, all rights reserved. Why did I place them like this when I do not have inputs? It needs one tile for power. Actually, you know what? Okay. Hold on. Probably should have copied that. Not that I can blueprint it and paste it with the bots, but I have an idea. So I'll need a spacer here. Stone text plates? Or glass text plates, maybe. I could also use like hazard concrete once we get there. Okay, let's write something else. What are these even called? Arcanology? Are they all called the same thing? Void. Esoteric arcanology. Okay, so we'll call this void science. Let's go ahead and get this plop down. Maybe. Perfect. I love it. And then, right, I'll need the one power pole. We link that up. Keep it symmetrical. Get the void arcology packs. Get these here. I think it'll need one more, right? Yeah. Two more, in fact. I did have more. Good to know. Get these in here. Inserters. Well, if nothing else, we'll be able to power through the purple science pretty fast. Oh, that's an uneven amount. 22. You know what? I don't like it. Get rid of them. Thing has to be even Steven. I'll likely need more once if we ever get to sciencing full throttle, but we can figure that out later. I don't like that they're gonna be odd in the center. I guess I actually don't even need the center one. Oops. There we go. Well, that does look a little weird. We'll put that there. Great. So get that here, get that here. Filter archaeology packs, and we'll do that there. Excellent. And I'll need to run these all the way back. This number of belts will probably be fine for now. So we'll just run the junk line over here. And then what to do with this? I would like to get it so that we can stockpile them. Okay, I have to move this belt. The belt is not in a good location. And we'll have 2 and 2. Yeah. Perfect. And this can go out. I am out of belts. You know what I am missing is some lights. And we'll craft a bunch of those. Get our built. Let's have enough undergrounds and inserters. I'm a little long-handed inserters. We'll fix that. All right. I can't believe how much more functional this base is compared to the one I'm doing in single player. Maybe before I end stream, I'll show it off. So you can all see the garbage that I get up to building when no one's watching me. You know what? I usually put red and green science together, but we'll do a little silly and avoid science on this belt. And then get these. Perfect. Now, this is going to be a hot second before I get green science. Let's learn the 2 things that take purple science that we can actually research. Oh, and then I need to do the, Great, okay. I guess strictly speaking, I don't need multiple inserters unloading for reds. Is there a way that I can work these in here? So we do that. Well, it's not going to move 3 items a second, so that's already going to be a little bit of a problem. I guess if we get bulk inserters, then it'll probably be fine. Also, what side does it put it on? The wrong side. Yeah. Put that there. I don't have to merge that like that. Oh. Okay, so there is exclusively going to be grabbing off of one side of the belt. I guess I could do 2 chests. Just so that it's even. Oh, hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. Put that there. Put that there. Fast, 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 fast. Perfect. Now we're cooking. Oh, I just have to get this junk belt all the way over to the mainland. Luckily. Oh, it takes stone. Okay. It's fine. We can filter stone out. There we go. Stone. Okay. In light of wanting to try and make sure all of my void shards go to the same damn spot, we just get void engines. Yippee. How do I want to do this? Okay, so we have to have that there. Then we'll split the void shards off, right? Grab that. Then we can split stone off. And that should be fine. Oops. That's not what I wanted to put in there. And now, if I'm correct, basically all of our void shards that we're generating should, well, except for these, which we'll basically treat it as a mall, they should all be going towards one centralized location, so that'll be a little bit easier to keep track of them. Alrighty. This junk shouldn't get backed up. How's our power doing? Only about half. Obviously, our max power production is going to be very wibbly wobbly due to some of the burners being specifically to get rid of junk. I did not grab more more landfill while I was over there. Alright, let's head on over. I also need to check something really quick. Un momento. Okay, well. So 4 tiles. We'll have our labels done. And eventually, I'll have something fancier than stone bricks. Wait, science. Line that up with the top brick. Science. Oh, it's beautiful. All right, I got lights. No, I've mentioned our power limitations a few times, but not having enough power is, you can't let that get in the way of not having lights. Or you can't let that get in the way of having lights, I should say. Perfect. And of course the laboratories, they need to be lit up. I wonder if there's a way to code the lamps to have them be synced with the disco lights so that it does the colors of whatever the sciences are doing. Purple science second. This is void science. It's not the purple science you're familiar with. Oh, and we're already out of science to research, whatever. I guess I have to get green. You'll see the bottles look a little bit different, a little bit more esoteric. Actually, void. Scroll down. That should pull up a bigger picture of it. Very fancy bootle. But we still have normal purple science, don't worry. But I guess I'm working on green science next because we are outski. So that's 3 reds. Let's do 3 greens as well. I hope that balances out to an even number. 3. 24. Okay. Inserter. Oh, not uncommon. So 1 for transport builds, 2 for inserters. It's still pretty condensed. And then electronic circuits. I could make the circuits in-house, which would basically let me kick the can down the road of properly automating circuits. I probably shouldn't do that, because if I make the circuits out, then I just need to pipe circuits and iron it. I guess basically I'm gonna have to pipe in 2 things. It's either gonna be circuits or copper. Circuit things would feed directly into the inserters, which need to also have gear wheels. How many gear wheel producers am I gonna need? 3. 1 for each machine. Okay, so each machine will get its own dedicated gear insertery. I should probably make electronic circuits elsewheres. Alright. Sadly, it won't be a consistent science upon science, but here we go. Eventually I'll level up and get a new label besides copper colored ones, but the ones I think stand out the most. Electronic circuit. I don't have enough. Put that there so I can quick grab it. Electronic circuit. Perfect. Does it look like I spelled that wrong? It just looks like I spelled it wrong. Okay. I blame the font. Now, what else did I need? Right, I never finished the copper stack. Let me fix that. It's a lot of stone bricks. Copper. Grab some of that. Grab some void horks. Grab some more. Basically just flopping between my copper and iron buffers. I do have an iron. Yeah, here it is. Until we run out of the good stuff, I'll always need more. So turning as many of these into products as I possibly can. Ahead of time is going to be a good decision. I was running out of these. We'll also eventually get the ability to upgrade them even further. Okay, good. That's all of our stone bricks. That should keep us going for a while. Perfect. Although obviously, even if this thing is running full bore until we get red belts, half of these are never even going to be running at the same time. And if they do, I don't know how it's happening. I blame the void. Works in mysterious ways. 88. You know, I should I was about to say I should probably set up Steam tanks. We don't have them yet. I shouldn't handcraft them. I shouldn't handcraft them. It's a bad decision, but you know, I'm just gonna handcraft them a little bit, just as a treat. Is the bot not working? Hello, Vambi. Welcome in. Good to see you. I guess that's something I have to fix. You know what? I will be the bot. Where's that Discord link? It's always something that's broken. There we go. There's the Discord. I am the bot. Yeah, Vambi hops in every now and again. Let's see, electronic circuits. Right, so if I recall correctly, it's three cables to 2 circuits. I think that sounds correct. And we have a lot of assemblers. So, cable, circuit, cable, circuit, cable. I think that's right. Oh, I feel like something's off. No, it's 3 to 2. See, finally launching after updating 2 mods. Oh, for Factorio. Usually updating the mods for Factorio is pretty easy. Although I know if you know what mods you play with, some of them can be kind of big. I know for whatever reason, updating Barotrauma has been being a little iffy. Message wrong. Finally launching Kenshi. Ah. Yeah, I can read sometimes. Did you have to manually update mods? Well, that should be even easier. Something I do wish is that there was a button you could click to force Steam to check the workshop for mod updates. Why is that also not even 2? Okay. Because a problem I keep having, particularly with RimWorld, is it just won't update the mods sometimes, and getting them to update is a hassle. No, when I was playing RimWorld multiplayer with someone, we'd always have problems with mod mismatches because for whatever reason, RimWorld would just never update for me. Check game files. Yeah, but that's a hassle. And then it has to check everything. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Electronic circuit. No, not that recipe. That recipe. Well, probably not gonna have enough for... Really? That's all we need for... 10 assemblers? That's all we need? So that should be 15 assemblers. Okay. My math is correct. I know for Conan Exiles and Arc, I had a way to do it easily, but I forget. Yeah, I was reading somewhere about doing something. I know RimWorld in particular is a game that people usually have problems with for forcing to check updates. Obviously, with Factorio, you know, you just click it in game and it checks and then it downloads. Although that doesn't use the Steam Workshop. Barotrauma does use the Steam Workshop, and it does have a way to force it to check in game, which is very nice. Although lately, for some reason, it's been having issues for me. Don't know why. But Not a lot of games have that like manual chuck functionality. Okay, so 2. This is going to be very long. Whatever, let's get this hooked up to power. Let's fill that in. And then, yeah, we'll get that hooked up. Well, if we only need 10 to fill a belt, that seems kind of light. But that looks like it's going to be, ooh, it's going to be more than a full belt of copper. Okay. I'll need 2 belts. Or a red belt, which we don't have. And I don't have a second copper line either. Whatever, we'll build big. So 2 H. God, I love flipping blueprints so much. I don't understand people that can tolerate like going back to pre 2.0. I don't want to call it the bad old days because Factorio has been pretty solid. I didn't jump in like at the start of Factorio, but man, going back to 1.0 or not even 1.0, 1.1, that's a big ask. Okay, so that's 4, 8, 10. An RC that we started on. We started in 2018. I think my Factorio purchase history is 2018. So I don't remember what version that was, but yeah. When I think version 1.1 was the last major version before Space Age, wasn't it? I didn't put enough room for outputs on this. 112 were the old. I remember that the static or the icons for ore, the textures for ore was different when we played. But I was looking for some things and on the Factorio Reddit, some really old posts, and the textures for ore were like even worse than I remember. I don't know if they've gone through multiple revisions while we played, and we just played on one of the middling ones, or if my memory just is not serving me right, because man, those textures I saw were rough. Okay, well, let's get rid of this. Everything must go. Of course, it's going to be a long time before we have electromagnetic plants. Okay, so this is going to be the output, which means assembler go here. To cable, circuit, cable. I should have blueprinted that. Again, not that it really helps without belts, but so I don't have to go through crafting this again. Trim that down. Perfect. Then these are going to need like their own dedicated iron belts. Or copper belt. And I can probably... How am I going to want to belt them in? So I'm gonna need 2. I know these go through a lot, so if I have to use a long-handed inserters, it's gonna be... I'll need multiples. But But if I need 2 belts, then 2 belts for copper. I guess I could just not make a full belt of circuits. Also, I'm gonna need to run this up, not down, because this needs to go to the bus, not away from it. Let me see. I have some nice ways to get her done. Maybe I should not go with this plan here. Okay. We will condense. So instead, this will be the copper belt, and I'll be able to clamp these down. Which necessarily means, let's see, get these. And then that should handle 2. I want it to be symmetrical. Get rid of that. Cable. And how many did I need? 10. So I only need 5 on each side. Of course, I could just build it for double and then expect red belts. This 5 is going to be an odd number. We'll just build 10 on one side. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Okay. Now that's definitely going to need fast inserter technology. Is one fast inserter enough to keep these fed? I think they are. I mean, we'll find out when they start running. Okay. Do. And then the outputs, what about... Do I need to put some more space between these? I think I might need to not have these be symmetrical. Because what I can do is run an underground. Yeah, I'll need 3 spaces between them. Run an underground and a splitter. Do I need red belts for this? I'm guessing I do. Well, that complicates things. Long-handed it is. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 1.0 design. She can be revisited later. Leave them in the center there. And here. Is that connecting to that one? But the others are fine. Everything's symmetrical. Why are these connecting all crisscross? I don't like it. Whatever. Then long-handeds. That's fine. We'll deal with it. We can pretend it's not a problem as long as we don't notice it. Then you. See, this thing is going to be friggin' starved. Common bossing say. So I've heard. Someone with like a big-eared character saying, "So I've heard." I bet you have. I actually haven't finished watching Avatar. Matter of fact, I've forgotten what episode I'm on. I'm still only on the first season. I was meaning to watch it because I never did. You know, everyone always references it. All I know is about the cabbages. What did I come over here for? Right, landfill. The stuff they do in 1 year is like crazy. Yeah, it's like, if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV online, technically speaking, I think everything, all the events that have happened over 10 real life years of development all happened within like less than an in-game year, which is fucking bonkers. Characters go through development, but they're still exactly the same age as they were 10 years ago. You're teleporting everywhere for that. You can, in fact, teleport. It's, I mean, it's kind of a story thing. I mean, teleportation exists in the game world. It's just most normal people can't do it all the time. But you're special. You're a special boy. Mom said it was your turn on the teleporter. And your turn just so happens to be forever. Should probably... doing quests. You're just very efficient. Domination. There we go. Density confirmed. Can't wait to never see these belts get used. So since we can teleport as we please, yeah, teleport when and where. As long as we pay the proper licensing fees for the, or proper maintenance fees for the Aetherites. Actual the size of their in-game counterparts. Scaling in Final Fantasy is a little bit weird as with terms of graphics. No one thing that I find endlessly amusing. Why is this backed up? Aha. Hold on. Yeah, one thing I find hilarious is Ishgard, you know, where the award-winning Heavensward expansion takes place. You know, it's this gigantic, huge city, and when you go to the zone that is adjacent to it, it's like you know, it's not to scale. The model is, you can tell it's just very small, but like not very far in the game world. It's like as big as 5 player characters basically. And when you like realize the scale and how close the model actually is, it looks a little silly. I don't know how big canonically areas are supposed to be. I assume each area is canonically as big as it should be when you are there, which of course leads to some interesting things where one of the dungeons is like a church inside of the city of Ishgard. And it's of course absolutely massive, but it's bigger on the inside. Everywhere's bigger on the inside. Well, it's roughly the size of actual Earth, but on there, it's densely populated, and there are many places we're just not allowed to go. Yeah. We don't have the proper licensing permits. We ain't got the proper license to visit there yet. We're just always being dragged to places. We don't ever get to go somewhere new unless someone tells us to go there. This isn't gonna cross. I have to cross it here. Okay, well. There you go. Become. This doesn't need to be here. Circuits are on the belt, or the bus. They're on the bus on the belt. No. Howdy, Cotto. Welcome in. How are you doing? H. Let's get that linked up. Now, of course, the belts are going to be mismatched, but that's okay. As long as everything else works. I guess what I could have done is just exclusively copy paste the non-belt entities. Make sure everything's fine here. Everything is fine here. Perfect. I'll expand that at some point in the future. We'll get some land. Because I feel like we need green. Oh, I need lamps. How much power are lamps taking? I swear, every time I look at this menu, its ordering changes. I could have sworn the most to least power went like this, but that's not how it is now. Where do we even have room for? It's not going to be symmetrical. Which is the most important thing. I guess I put it in the center. Oh, and of course it's now daytime. There we go. That'll have to do. Of course, the absolute spaghetti that the wires are becoming. You know what? Give me 1 second. I need to stand up and stretch. And have a little bit of a think. Okay. Let's see. So green science is gonna be next. We still have to quadruple up on the copper and iron. I mean, this thing alone, if it's ever running at full bore, is gonna slurp up the entire thing of iron. But it probably won't be running at full bore for a while. So we might be able to delay expanding that. Because those stacks eat such a huge chunk of power. And I would like to delay building more as far as I can. Oh, you know what I was wanting to make? Radars. I also need to find what belt to put these greens on. Oh, I have a handful of them. Let's just stick them somewhere. I don't have even distribution on, so we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Just drop it over here. I'm sure they'll clean off the belt in time. What I could really use is some more foundations. How are we doing? Not too hot. However, we might have enough to get green science going at least. I'll go ahead and put the edging on this. Hey, fluid handling researched. Okay. Electronic circuits. Perfect. Yep, I placed those exactly where they need to be. I don't have enough bricks to properly line it up, but that's okay. I think placing them vertically is gonna have to work out. I was thinking about maybe placing them horizontally. If I did like 2 words, it might work, but obviously a lot of these words are gonna be a lot thicker than some of these stacks. Like, I think just the word science alone is probably gonna be bigger than or wider than the entire red science build. But, you know, vertical works nice, and I don't wanna do a different bus. I want to do a vertical bus just so that in my factories I can label them horizontally. But that gets us enough land to start doing greens. Do those allowed to show up on the map? No, unfortunately. It's mainly for if I'm in map mode and zoomed in this far, because I can see these on the map. But yeah, they just show up as boxes on the map, unfortunately. As far as the game is concerned, everything is squares. I can do displays, yes. I swear that's, I don't remember if display panels... These are new, aren't they? I swear these were added with 2.0. I know there have been mods for display panels, but I don't think you could just output a symbol before. Hold on. I'm going to be wrong on this too. They are new. I am correct. No, they were implemented in 2.0.7, which I believe is the launch version of Space Age. I was right on something. But yeah, we could make some display panels. And I don't know if they display... Oh yeah, they display an item and you can also have them display a message above them. But, you know, I got this text plate mod. It's from Text Plates. It's by a Randall, who is responsible for all the AI industry mods and space exploration. That's all his work. See, the only way to get displays before was to use programmable inserters to put specific patterns of them on the belts. Yeah, kind of a message show up on the map. Maybe I'll make some displays. Discover the scaling science in DSP gets crazy. What do you mean scaling science? Never got to finishing DSP. We only had a Dyson sphere in the first system that we started, and we never got to making more spheres. And I want to say we only got like 1 or 2 latitude expansions. Pizza, how far did our Dyson sphere get? Did we get to 45 degrees or 60 degrees? I don't remember. He might be asleep. Might already be gone. Rest in piss. But I was playing Dyson sphere with him. How far on the Dyson sphere research did we get? I don't remember if we researched 45 degrees or 60 degrees for latitude. I know we didn't unlock the whole thing before we didn't get back to that save. Yeah, okay. I'm not counting the one that we started like last week that we have played all of once. Okay, yeah, this will be the green science. Green science. Sciencey. Stones a lot more when I can pave it. You want to get some paving stones. Oh wait, I am making steel. Yes. Okay. Hold on, we're gold and I can make proto batteries that actually can store a hell of a lot more power than batteries can. Excellent. And what else did I come over here for? I already bright bricks. Ooh, that's a decent amount of bricks that we can get. How what? Tronic circuit, perfect. Get that bricked up. So, I don't remember the exact number of maths, but a battery can hold, let's just go with a basic battery, right? A basic battery, what the hell is it? Can hold 5 gigajoules, 5 megajoules of energy. So it's a 2x2. So we'll say about what 1.25 megajoules per square. So let's round that up to the nine total tiles that the tank does, right? So we'll do 1 point. Let's see, times 9. That's about 11. Yeah, 11.25. Okay, so it's 11.25 megajoules. A storage tank can hold 25k volume, right? And if you're using a steam engine, it can do 900 kilowatts of power. How much power does steam itself generate? E capacity 200 joules per cell per degree. Look at this. Steam temperature. Yeah, 900 kilowatts. So compared to batteries are inefficient compared to burning stuff. Well, yeah. So yeah, that's 900 kilowatts for 30 seconds, and then you have 25,000. Let's just do divided by 30. So a tank can do 833 seconds worth of steam engine, right? Well, if we times that by the 900 kilowatts, that's 750 megawatts of power. Is that number right? I might have messed up my math, but it's a lot more. It's more than 5. It's a shitload more than 5. Joules a watt per second. Yeah, I'm not an engineer or anything. I'm just I'm doing my best is what I am. But yeah, if you're using, obviously if you're using solar power and you're directly generating electricity, you need accumulators. But if you're still using steam, be it boilers or nuclear reactors, you want to be using tanks to store your power. And not accumulators. Gotta wait for, how much landfill do I have? We probably won't have a blackout, but I can set up an alarm so that it starts getting low to scream at me. Infinite throughput does help. That is definitely a big buff. Okay, I don't know if I should spend all of it, but I can at least tax them on here. Or if I can easily combine these. Oh, there's an underground linking these. Okay. That's fine. We'll come back to that. Well, I need an underground pipe because this isn't the problem. It's not the belt that's the problem. It's that I have underground pipes connecting the water here, and I was going to run the steam through here. So I have to run the steam a little bit further out to link these two systems. Aha, no I don't. Silly me. No, it's fine. I have plans. Although this is gonna complicate matters. Aha. Oh, but that's still right there. Problem. If only I had flow control. I'm a couch user. Man, same. But I can run this through the center. Hold on, let's see if I can get that. Oh, I can perfectly clear that. Excellent. Cannot reach. I'll show you what can't reach. Get over there. I need more reach. Perfect. Now, with the exception of there being a water pipe here, and I could easily fix that by just moving this one over. Because, okay, well now I'm not getting it like that. Oh, now that's gonna get in the way of the always problems. Can you use clean renewable energy resources? You can use the sun, yes. Although in this mod, technically everything's renewable. In base Factorio, you know, well, actually with Space Age, most resources are renewable. But yeah, in the base game, resources are technically finite in some aspects. But there is solar power. It's not space efficient, but it is very calculation efficient, which in a normal playthrough, in my kind of playthroughs, it's typically not a concern for, you know, the stress that'll put on your CPU. But if you get to mega bases, like making thousands of science a second, and you need like a gigajoules of energy, one of the most popular methods is to just do huge swaths of solar, because the solar calculation is very easy for calculations, or for your CPU. It's literally just, you know, whatever the time of day the power multiplier is times how many solar power panels are. That's it. No fluids to calculate, nothing. See, remember those, is calcite renewable? Yes, calcite is renewable. First of all, calcite just, you know, it spawns. You can get it in space, right? And then eventually there are some other processes. I know if you get to Vulcanus, technically on the planet itself, it can run out very slowly, but you can get it from space extraction once you get enough research. Okay, hold on, I have a plan. I have plan. This over here. Yes. Spaghetti. An iron or copper. Yes. It also is. Solar is very strong on Vulcanus, and it's what I used, but calcite generates a lot of steam. I don't remember the temperature of the steam, and if you need to use steam turbines to get the most out of it, but one calcite turned into like shitloads of steam. Like, oh my god, open this up. Alternative calcite neutralization. Yeah, one piece of calcite turns into 10,500 degree steam. That's steam turbine level stuff. That's nuclear power plant stuff. So you can make non-fluctuating power very easily. And in fact, if I get to Vulcanus on this planet, that's probably what I'll do is do the old steam trick. Okay. Now we can continue lining this up or run out of pipe. Get some more of these. Drop these off. Maybe. It's actually pretty strong. Of course, it takes 10,000 sulfuric acid, but again, on Vulcanus, sulfuric acid is infinite. Of course, it slowly generates less and less the more. It never runs, actually, like, runs out, and you can always tap more veins. And 10,000 steam is a lot. I don't know how much power that generates, but you'll be good for a while. Need more steam. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but Valve has all the steam. They took it. There's no steam left for anyone else. You remember when they changed their Valve guy logo and it was the animated one where he would like turn around and face you? And it was like all flashy and glitchy and looked like a fucking horror game. Remember the first time you launched a game that did that and had that updated logo? That was a fun time. Anyway, what do we need for green science? Ah, yes, I have some levels to spend. Give me more handcrafting speed, please. Bonuses, do they even show up in here? Mining speed, bonus inventory slots, they don't. Okay. You know the funk where you don't want to do anything? Yeah, sometimes. I'll have like tons of games to play, but like never really know what to do, what to launch. Usually I'll just put on YouTube video autoplay. I'll probably play something from Folding Ideas and let's kind of let it go from there. So 12 and 12, we need 1 for belts and 2 for inserters. Okay, so that'll be on either side. Inserters need their own gears. Okay. So this will be the science out. That's not what I wanted to place. Let's get that nice and fleshed out. This isn't going to be a final position, but we'll put that there for now. Considering that these two things need the same item of iron, it makes sense to have one iron belt, considering they don't need that much iron. Which one will go directly into it. Just have to deal with offloading them. Okay. So let's get that. That. We'll get a. So I wish there was an easier way to clear all these exclamation marks off. I don't think I've ever intentionally barreled something in my life. I think the first time I ever barreled something was when I was playing space exploration, because you have to barrel fluids to move stuff around. And then of course if you want to move fluids in space age, like fluoroketone for using for your fission reactors. Or fusion reactors, whatever one it is. What is it? No, it's fusion, isn't it? fissionless nuclear reactors. It is fusion. Okay. Sorry, I'm not a nuclear engineer. I don't have my terms straight. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I mean, you should know me. I don't have my terms straight. I have my terms gay. Well, got them. Right, inserters. Inserter. Dude. What else do we need? Iron. And then these puppies. Perfect. Let's go ahead and slurp this up. Okay, well. Out of poles. That's unfortunate. You know what I should get is belt for steel. I'll run that later. I guess when I actually get a proper steel thing instead of this this jank shit. Oh yeah, I also have radars that I'm gonna need to put down just so they can peep my base from further away. Excellent. Can't even reach the full potential of our power output, or see the full range of our power generation thing. Oh, that's fine. We don't need to see into the ocean. Let's go drop these off. How often do I peep the horrors? Not too often, luckily. We don't have to face Cthulhu very often in this mod, thankfully. Although I think the Factorio engineer, if anyone, could take him on. Just show up and say square up thought. Okay, that there. Ooh, that's not far enough. Okay. What do we put it in there? Make it look a little bit nicer and neater. Yes, perfect. I should probably get rid of that. I can't get rid of that. Okay. And then we need iron and the circuits. Which means I just need landfill at this point. And then after a long awaited time, we will finally have automated green science. Let's stop handcrafting these. Just handcraft a bunch of assemblers. Get some landfill, 406, very good. I should probably get military science out of the way. It's also good lab research speed up. You know, I can just put these in the buffer chest and have them get offloaded so that I don't have to deal with it manually. Okay, perfect. Put that there to get that pre-seeded. Run all of our lines so that I don't accidentally cross them in ways that I'm gonna have to fix later. Okay. Now this first line should be iron. And then that can be circuits. I didn't actually build the constructors for these. I see. Oh no! I encountered a problem. Easily solved. No problems here, officer. Perfect. And then, was it 24? It was 24, so 12 and 12. I don't even have 12. That's what building in map mode is for. Boop, and that should be 12 on the dot. Bam. Perfect. And I'll of course need, that's too far. Need these. Need these. I'll need to get something for the buffer. Probably don't need to worry about map loading too much. And I'm out of landfill again. Tales all this time. We hate when that happens. I think after I get science, excuse me, properly automated, what I'll have to do is start making more landfill. Because, it's not fast enough for my liking. Hopefully we can finish this off with however much we have right now. It'll probably be fine. Yeah, we'll leave that there. 31. Okay, green science. And obviously, once I get productivity, we'll be slamming it in there. We have to be as productive as possible. I feel like I'm overtaxing our ion line, but they're easily expandable. Unfortunately, once I get electronic furnaces, I am going to have to, since I basically built this right where I'm starting the input lines, I will have to push this back, but oh yeah, we have nothing back here, so that's fine. I'm still quite happy with this this design I made. It's my crowning achievement of this specific run. This specific 18-hour run that I have crunched into 2 almost 8-hour streams. You? Why are you saying you? There's some joke I'm not getting. You don't like crowns. Are you an anti-monarchist? A good joke regarding birth. Ah, I see. Obviously not where my head goes first. I'll take your word for it. What I was talking about, the delicious whiskey Crown Royal from Canada. Forgot why I came over here. Right, inserters. That wasn't the right inserter chest, whatever. Yeah, they have this apple whiskey that was very nice. also has a lot of other flavors that we can't build on Void Ocean. I'm fucking walking here. I'm walking here. Okay. Got a whole bunch of flavors for their whiskey. And I've not tried most of them. Of course, I'm probably not gonna buy their products for a while due to reasons. Wish you guys can say the same outside of tech. Yeah, I am honestly, I mean, the list as far as whiskey goes, I'm not really a big fan of American whiskey. It's not the kind of flavor profile that I like in an alcohol. I've not had very many types of whiskey, but or very many countries of origin, but I can say American has been my least favorite, and it's really no contest. Japanese whiskey is of course top tier. Highly recommend. We probably don't need a fast inserter. Jack Daniel honey whiskey. I think Jim Beam is bourbon, isn't it? Kind of like Jim, yeah, it's bourbon. Which, I mean, bourbon whiskey, but like, not really sure what the difference between bourbon and whiskey are. This is a type of whiskey. Oh yeah, just various types. I think, I've liked some of the Jim Beam ones. Okay. I don't think I've had very many types of Jack Daniels. My first time I had Jack Daniels was a little tainted because, well, the house I was at, they were Jack Daniels fiends, and the house was littered with bottles like there was some fucking sort of trophy. But it also meant that they were more likely to, you know, drink Jack and Coke. They were out of Coke, as it so turns out, because it had all been used by them. What they had was Pepsi. So, someone fixed up a Jack and Pepsi for me, and I do not recommend you ever do that. I have a sweet tooth. I like sweet things, but it was so like, it had such a strong artificial sweet flavor to it. It was kind of sickening. I like Pepsi with some alcohols, but not Jack Daniels. I don't know, it had this weird, you know, like that kind of artificial sweet you taste in like some sort of like coffee sweeteners or things like that. The honey whiskey was nice with Pepsi. Yeah, again, I just had the normal one. I haven't had Jack and Dr. Pepper. I usually have actually, I don't know if I ever mixed Dr. Pepper with anything. No, it was just normal Pepsi. Although I say normal, I mean, that's still gonna be in America, normal sodas are not made with, you know, sugar. It's high fructose corn syrup, which is not sugar. I don't care if chemically they're similar, the body treats them similarly, they do not taste the same. Not that bad, might have been more spicy than it should be. It wasn't spicy, just tasted too sweet for me. I usually like drinking Dr. Pepper straight up, but I also just like drinking Dr. Pepper. I've been trying to find a Dr. Pepper zero sugar or like, you know, low calorie variant, because I'm a little bit of a soda fiend and obviously I want to have less calories, but they just all taste so bad. Well, some people say like the zero sugar is supposed to have the more classic taste compared to diet. Diet is terrible, but I do not like it. If you have a Coke sweetened with cane sugar and a Coke sweetened with high fructose corn syrup, and you tell me that you cannot taste the difference, your taste buds are either cooked or you're a liar. Same with Pepsi. There is a huge difference in taste. And honestly, if you can't taste the difference, that sounds like a skill issue to me. Oh, this is gonna be so far. I'll try them side by side. Feel the glass ones taste better. Yeah, kinda. Obviously, getting them from a soda fountain is hit and miss, depending on, you know, how fucking clean they keep their soda fountain, which is not very clean most of the time, as it turns out. This one's being cane sugar ones. Sometimes they're, usually I find the biggest tell is if they're bottled in Mexico, because I don't think, I'm not sure, I'm not legal here, but hey, thank you for the lurk, Callie. I don't think they use high fructose corn syrup there, and the ones bottled in Mexico typically say sweetened with cane sugar. The difference in calories too, the no sugar requires more because it's less sweet, but also less toothy. Like that milder sweet because of that. I don't know if Dr. Pepper makes a sweetened with cane sugar. I haven't seen it in the stores. But if you try them side by side, there is a huge difference in flavor. I don't even need to taste them side by side. Any soda fountains are gross and hell and need cleaning real bad. 7-Eleven often guilt to those that makes their soda taste like shit because you're drinking mold. Yeah, I think corn in the U.S. is a scam by big corn. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of farmers make corn for all them corn subsidies, but then you have to do something with all that corn. And we don't eat that much corn. Yeah. And farming subsidies in general are just that's a huge mess. That's not something I'm qualified to talk about. But we don't need to be making so much corn. I prefer if we had more cane sugar. Anything past syrup, including syrup, shouldn't be subsidized. Yeah, I don't know. I remember going to what is it? One of my friends. My friends is Vietnamese, and I was we were doing some errands or something, and he went back to his grandparents or someone's house or something to pick something up. We were out in the area that he grew up in. We went by this shop, and they sell this this drink made out of just cane sugar that was like squeezed right there, and it was so good. See, it requires more sugar to get the same level of sweet as it does for fructose. Although it being cheaper to make, that's why it's used. Well, sugar beets, the primary source of sugar from which is, we get base grain sugar in the US, costs more because you get less amount per land. Yeah, I'm sure financially it makes sense to use the alternate, but it tastes like shit. Once you've had a taste of what real sugar tastes like, it's no comparison for me. And I don't even think that I have some like super refined palate. It's such a massive difference. Xylitol for everything. I don't want to drink or eat things that have X's in the name, all right? X's are Y's. Those letters shouldn't be used for foods. I need a full 180 and drink diet everything now. Oh, diet's even worse. That flavor of aspartame, I hate. It sticks in my mouth for so long. I mean, same. I've resorted to just not drinking sodas if I want to save calories. Which is sad because like I tried a whole bunch of different flavors of Dr. Pepper, and you know, the diets and the zero sugar, the 0 calories, all the different ones. I think the different types of 0 calorie ones use different artificial sweeteners because they have different flavor profiles, but they're not great. I'm not super partial to one type of sugar sweetener over the other than like sucralose. As far as artificial ones, I don't know if I have a preference for one. I just don't like them at all. Yeah, I'm with pizza and despising artificial sweeteners. Investigated erythritol because big gamer subs use it, and it's found it's basically guaranteed to death by heart attack if you ever had any problems with your heart. Well, that's not great. Maybe I should get a soda stream and mod it to make it bigger, cheaper tanks. That's the only one I trust, and I mostly trust to make you shit yourself because it functions as a laxative. That's something gamers need. Sugarless made from sucrose, table sugar with chlorine atoms added. About 600 times sweetener than sugar. Aspartate, combination of 2 amino acids, phenylene and aspartic acid, about 200 times sweetener than sugar. I see. Alright, I came here for landfill. Which I did not grab. Think. My poor sciences. Sitting here unsciencing. Okay, let's just run this over. Okay, so I already have the buffer built into that. Let's jalorp this down here. Perfect. Doot, doot, doot. We'll figure it out later. Chlorinated sugar, that's what I need. Yeah, you know, so that your sugar has that. Oh. Okay, well, as far as this is probably not a problem for now, but that'll get cleaned eventually. Anyway, you need that sweet pool taste in your sugar. See, without corn subsidies, ethanol would cost like $10 a gallon for cars. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure gas is the cheapest in America, like, by far. No, I've seen gas prices for other countries, which of course use liters, and the raw number amount is always higher. Not to mention that the fact that a lot of those are in Europe, and they're in euros, which are worth more than US dollars, so the raw number is higher, and the value of the dollar that they use there is more, and it's per liter, not per gallon, which I'm pretty sure a liter is smaller than a gallon. See, those arms are grabbing the closer ones. That's they're grabbing the closer ones. They're grabbing the closer ones, man. I clean this myself. A litometer? I don't know. You're the one that said it. What's a litometer? Let's see, I'm ending. What I want is walkable cities. I don't want to have to drive everywhere. I could get I got a bicycle taking me like 20 fucking minutes just to get to the grocery store that's down the street. Very long street. I was riffing off of what's a kilometer. Ah, I see. I don't know, it's like having a football field or something. 52 bald eagles. Walkable cities and 128-mile highways between them. Just give me a Shinkansen. Give me trains that actually show up on time. Or if they're late by like 30 seconds, people, well, I probably shouldn't say what the response is. Use some 200 mile power trains. Then you could choose. I haven't actually been on a train before. Like, train coverage is so splintered in this goddamn country. Not that other countries necessarily have a whole bunch of coverage where you can just like get a train ticket, but I know Japan is usually the reference people use, and there's usually I'm pretty sure there are tickets to let you ride several lines operated by several different companies so that you don't have to fucking bypass every goddamn interchange. Train line that's been built since we were kids and won't be done until we're old men. Yeah, I've heard that high-speed rail line in California was finally making some progress. I know I was talking about it and kind of shitting on it because some of the problems that it was having, and one of my friends got real mad. I guess you know, because it's finally getting done. All the rail lines were sold to private companies. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot take, or maybe not, but maybe the rail lines shouldn't be operated by private companies. Rail's what built this damn country, considering most of the freight still moves by rail. Having the rail lines be barely functional doesn't seem like a great thing. Must move the mountains to block the high-speed rail in California. Let me move the mountains. I want to say, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he got at least some of the contracts to build it out. And I'm sure even without all the recent stupid shit that he's done, why giving contracts to a man whose primary money at the time was a car company and asking him to build something that invalidates cars, not a great plan. I played like Kenshi for 20 minutes because of this discussion. You know, these things happen. USPS was responsible for the rail lines of the robber barons. Oh, a response, not responsible. Wait, what? I thought the USPS, doesn't the USPS predate America? I thought it's like one of the oldest institutions. Obviously, as it's specifically founded, I guess as that specific agency and not necessarily rail or mail run by the government or government affiliated agency. I just want how anal you want to get as to definitions. I know those lawful and government-run militias predate the country by like 70 years, and they're still more or less intact today. They've gone through a few rebrands. Not as popular since they were used to invade or fucking take over small parts of Los Angeles recently, but it's the same agency. Jaywalking was a term created after Jay driving. Yeah, I've heard that it was done to promote or to shift the responsibility from drivers running people over to the pedestrian for being run over, and it worked like a charm. God forbid you not run someone over going 120 miles per hour on your Ford F-250 Supermax. Oh, hey, we got green science like fully done. Yippee. It was created with the Second Continental Congress after the founding of the United States. I see. I have watched Not Just Trains. I have periods in my life where I'm not really sure what to watch anymore because YouTube just gives me garbage suggestions. It'll just stop suggesting stuff. And I know that's a problem with YouTube because like people will like put videos, but obviously it's a hassle to go to every individual channel that you've subscribed and made sure that the bell is clicked on and it's set to all notifications and you're still not getting notified of shit. But watching a whole bunch of you know, kind of like urban, I don't know if urban development channels is the right word, but you know, those kinds of channels like Not Just Bikes and who's that other guy? Need to click on the subscriptions tab. Yeah, I guess that works too. See, we'll need 250 of those max supers. Yeah, fucking someone in my family recently got one of those gigantic trucks despite like not needing it, and fucking I hate it so much. Really hate the arms race that the car companies have intentionally started, where, you know, due to regulations being lighter for quote work-related vehicles end quote, not needing safety standards to be as high, that they just market those and sell them to people. Because hey, if there's less regulations to meet, you can make the cars bigger and bigger and charge a hell of a lot more money for them. I saw an interview, I forget who was interviewing him, but it was the CEO of Ford at the time, and he was bitching about how Japan doesn't buy any of our cars. And like, I don't know if you know this, but car companies will make different models for different countries to sell them there. The Toyota doesn't necessarily have the same exact makes and models for sale in Japan that they do in America. Let's see, it's not specifically work-related vehicles related based on vehicle wheelbase and the width. I want a small electric truck that is meant to be useful. Like the Cybertruck, the Tilo truck. Is that what it's called? Is that what the one that's being backed by Jeff Bezos is? I know there's that one that they're building is like super minimalist, and you like can customize it any like the way you want. I want to say Tilo rings the bell. Slate, that's it. Okay. That's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Can't make anything small anymore. Yeah, the Toyota Hilux, isn't that like illegal to sell in America now? Because it's quote unsafe because it's too small. Like, how about you stop selling people fucking tanks? Citizens don't need something almost as big and massive as a goddamn tank to go to the grocery store. People talk about K cars in Japan, and like so many of them are like so small. Yeah, the fucking CEO bitching about not being able to sell cars in Japan. It's like, I'm pretty sure a lot of the cars you sell, given that you sell these gigantic trucks that take up the whole goddamn American street, probably aren't even road legal in Japan, and you literally can't sell them there. But there is an option. You could make a car designed for that market. Safety standards aren't based on how dangerous they are to other cars. Yeah, well, aren't they also rated against the average car size or something? So of course, if you're in a goddamn tank and you're being tested against a Honda Civic, it's not hard to tell which one you're gonna come out on top of. I'm reasonably certain that if you're matching weights and speeds, the severity of fatal injuries or receiving fatal injuries in like a Civic is way lower than like two Ford F-150s going the same speed, just because the amount of mass that you're adding to that equation is way more. Rated for import, it's not been tested. More so efficiency regulations say a vehicle of a given size must be at so many miles per gallon without allowing for the differences between trucks or cars. Japanese, European small trucks are not road legal in the US a lot of the time too. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why is that? I bet you the outstanding reason for both is safety, but if you look at why they're being classified as unsafe, you will find different answers. Gotta say, if you're sitting in your car and a teenager is standing out front of it and you can't see their head because your car is so goddamn big and you also have it fucking lifted like a jackass, you probably shouldn't be it probably shouldn't be a road legal car. It's one reason those USPS trucks that they have, I don't know if they've started rolling them out, I haven't seen them yet, but their hood is real low because if you get hit by a car, I'm pretty sure it's safer that you go over the car, not under it. They got canceled? Oh my god, of course they did. I swear, he just fucking, if anything happened, I don't even want to say that he wasn't responsible for it because he fucking cancels his own shit all the time. Those trucks were so cool. Let's see, USPS, new truck. Long awaited new mail truck. December 2022, plan to acquire 106,000 new vehicles. Last article I see is 2024. Heated delays, only 1,300 have been delivered as of August, apparently. If I'm being Photoshop copying, yes, I did. Oh, that was something that LTT has covered a few times. Probably don't need to tell you guys, but you probably shouldn't buy anything that even has the most remote of associations with them. I'm still astounded that a lot of people just buy whatever shit has his name on it, but like those sneakers in particular were so goddamn hideous. You guys know what sneakers I'm talking about, right? I think their grift for those started last year. I've seen some terrible sneakers in my day, but good lord, they were ugly. Out a bit back, maybe decided not to, who knows. It's a scam phone that was apparently going to be made entirely in the US, which there is a phone that does that. It's made entirely in the US, and I think it's like $2,000. But it was also going to be like $600, and also you were going to get the Trump plan. But it's not a real phone. They only have graphics of it. Of course, it's gold. I forget who it was. I know it's some big brand name that does cases for phones. And I guess they just took one of the a picture from their website and colored it gold, and they like left the case logos on it. Was it Spigen? Spigen. I want to say it was Spigen. I think they had that like kind of 3 connected dot and the 1 dot design on the photo. Again, LTT did a video on it, but yeah, they took some phone case from some website, color shifted it gold, and they said, "This is our phone. It's real. No, trust us. She goes to a different school." Remember one of my YouTube delves was watching someone wanted to build they were wanting to build a product made in America, not just like the bare legal definition, which is, from what I understand, the final assembly has to take place in America, and that allows you to say it's made in America. But they were wanting to do everything. Not only was it assembled here, but all those parts were made here as well. They found that was extraordinarily hard, because a lot of manufacturing for a lot of the small stuff just doesn't happen in America anymore. It's all either China or India. But he was trying to make a grill scrubber, right? A chainmail grill scrubber. You might have even seen it before. I guess there's been problems with like normal grill scrubbers, like the bristles coming out, getting embedded in the gunk and then coming out your food, and then maybe perforating your insides, which suffice to say is not very good. And a chainmail scrubber sounds cool, but it was apparently a whole goddamn ordeal just to build a grill scrubber that was entirely made in America. Now, building a phone that's entirely made in America, if you're just going to do it was assembled here and that counts, that's a lot more possible. But now I want to know what the hell that made in America phone is called. I think it's called the Libra phone. In America phone, no. The Liberty phone. Upgraded of the Librem phone. Okay, so I was right. Not Libra, but Librem. Yeah, the Liberty phone. 100% made in America. And what is it? What does it run? I don't think it runs Android. How much does it cost? $199.99. I was right with my $2,000 mark. Processor, an i.MX8M quad-core max, 1.5 gigahertz. Oof. What the hell's an i.MX8M? That ain't no name I ever heard of. The baseband Broadmobi I have never heard of any of these chip makers. I don't exactly work in tech, so, you know, there are a lot of names that I might not be familiar with, but no, but the name I think is important. It does not say Qualcomm or any other recognizable brand. That number I said or not even number, those letters, IMX8M, that's all we get. NPX, who the hell is NPX? A Dutch semiconductor factory. Oh, no. Netherlands had a semiconductor factory. Well, the more you know, I guess. How much RAM does it have? How much RAM do you get? You get... Oh my god. You get 8 gigabytes for $2,000. With 128 gigabytes of internal storage. No, you don't get a SIM slot. Or not a SIM slot, a micro SD slot. I could get a top-of-the-line iPhone for less than $2,000, but it wouldn't be made in America. Oil. Excellent. Now, I need to handcraft some oil. Well, I guess that, not technically handcraft. I need to summon oil from the ether. Which apparently I can't do. Petromancy, okay. That's how we get it. I guess there's the other one, but we won't worry about that. Okay. Can I make Voidtronic circuits yet? Excuse me, I have the hiccups. I also just make something small here. I can in fact summon steel. And all the recipes, you might notice they use the same numbers for everything, so it's always 85% for the primary product. Except for these void products up here, these purple ones. And then there's this one, which is just a whole bunch of random bullshit. But yeah, 85%, let's just say 10% rounded up, and then 5% for the other one, and then 1% for the last thing. I can summon steel directly. Although, 20-second craft time per steel. With only an 85% chance. A lot of automotive graded microprocessors. Yeah, I've never heard of them before. Obviously, when people use processors, you know, Apple transitioned to their own. I think they were using Intel before. I don't know if Intel is a name I see in phone processors before, but there's Qualcomm is the big one for, I think, most Android phones, or most big budget Android phones anyway. Although, I mean, obviously they have newer or older processors that you can use. Intel owns Qualcomm. I thought Qualcomm was like Korean. Qualcomm headquartered in San Diego. Huh. Why do you have so many consonants in the goddamn name? I don't see anything about being owned by Intel. I'm pretty sure Qualcomm is entirely separate. Not owned by a single person or entities. Publicly traded share company owned by its shareholders. Oh, Vanguard. Oh, great. Names I love to see. Oh, apparently they want to acquire NPX. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, does Google still use Qualcomm, or did they start making their own processors? You get to look at the screen while I look this stuff up. I don't want to sign in my goddamn Google account. Google makes their own chips. Yeah, okay. Are you kidding me? I can't go to the Google store without signing in. I'm not going to sign in. I just want to look at the store. Why do you do this? Use arms, you can't say they make their chips all the way. No, isn't ARM, didn't NVIDIA, they were trying to acquire ARM. I don't think that went through. Scroll. Shut down instantly by the EU. Yeah, I imagine finally having a processor company in your jurisdiction, and then it getting gobbled up by fucking NVIDIA. Not great. Next is something Qualcomm wants to buy so they can break into the automotive wireless market for things like mobile hotspots and processors for all that infotainment stuff. Yeah, you know what, some shit I hate about cars is I guess a lot of companies are starting to go with their own infotainment thing and not doing Apple CarPlay or Android Auto or supporting it anymore. Because of course, if you use their personal thing, they can, I guess, get even more information out of your phone instead of it being routed through Apple's thing. And of course, it's all bad. They don't put any work into this. It's all terrible, and you can't expect to suddenly start making your own car infotainment software just out of the blue and expect for it to even be comparable to how long has CarPlay been around? I have had one car that's ever had CarPlay, so, you know, it's not like it's been around for 11 years. Yeah. And what about Android Auto? Is that first? 10 years. Anyway, what do I need to build next? Ooh, I know what I need to summon next. Bump that up. Oh yeah, these display stands that I never hooked up. Or I think it was Pie Manning that brought them up. Don't worry, Pie, I got you. I don't want these. Bam. Icon. Green. There's so many products on this list. There we go. Show chart. Show an all mode. Electronic circuit. Oh, no cars which have that, which is unfortunate. They do have paddle shifters. One of the first vehicles is twin injection. Electronic circuit. Ooh, I will put a sticker in there for readability. I see that on the map. No, but if I have alt mode, this, that's kind of nice. Maybe I'll start using those. That's on the wrong. Okay, it's fine now. That definitely stands out. I like that. Push injection benefits without direct injection problems. That's cool. I don't really know anything about cars, so I'll just nod along and say that's hype. But yeah, before this, I was driving a family member's car, but to get around it being a 2004, and it not having any sort of, it didn't even have a fucking aux cable, which would have made my life so much easier. And it already had like a built-in infotainment system, so it's not like we could just get a whole new radio. But it was like one of those old, you know, early gen infotainment ones. But I got a Bluetooth radio transmitter, which was shitty and weak, but it at least let me blast tunes in my car sometimes, unless I was passing by someone, I guess with a ham radio blasting on the same frequency. But it worked for the most part. Those are things that blast gasoline air into the cylinder. Just inject fuel. Air comes in via the intake. I see. I don't like that that's off center. That's only 2 tiles big. Of course, the 2 ones are more readable. Get behind the radio and you need the right wire. Yeah. Excuse me. It was one of those massive, colossal, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Well, so it was an older car that just had like one of those, you know, like those radio stacks you could just fucking easily swap out. That would have been easy to fix, but I didn't really want to deal with trying to wire in an aux cable to something. Also, it wasn't my car anyway, so. Oh hey, I already got the good stuff. Yeah, it was an 04 Honda Accord. Oh great, now I gotta deal with this. Okay. We'll just swap all these over and call it a day. It's a 210-second crafting time, but you know what? They can build up slowly and I don't have to worry about them. Let's see if I can just handcraft these into reds. I don't have any gear wheels. Be a slow process, but I've got to get rid of the yellow somehow. At least I handcraft faster. God, I can like forgot to take so many gears. Whatever, these yellow belts will be gotten rid of one way or another. Got a Librem phone, does say it has a micro SD slot. Is that the new one? The Liberty phone, I guess is the newest one. Maybe I skimmed over it. Because for storage it does not say that it has a slot. Maybe it's oh, it's tagged somewhere else. Okay, I see it way down there. Micro SD slot expansion. Why would you not? It's not sorted alphabetically. Why would you not have a storage and external storage next to each other? We're just cooking a butt ton of meat right on top of a bunch of starved dying bandits. Well, you know, they probably deserved it. Well, we can start getting concrete. Oh, dog, that's concrete, baby. It's about you specifically. And that's how it feels sometimes. Oh, we get concrete text plates. Let's go. Well, I mean, we expanded the factory pretty large. I'm happy with that. I think it might be good to start winding down. Get ready to call it an evening. I think for next time, what do we need to get done next time? How's our power doing? I think we might have to expand power next time. And then expand our land creation. Right. And then we're gonna have to do more stacks for materials, because I mean we're already like stressing the iron. Let's see where this radar is. Can I? Let's see if I can't see where it specifically goes to. Okay, so that's good. I won't be able to place it. I guess I don't need room in the belt. I'll just place it under the belt. There we go. Now we should have complete line of sight. And I'll do it here just to keep things the same. Something I do like that they did in 2.0 is roboports now have radar coverage. They of course don't continuously expand, and their radar coverage is not as big as a radar, but you don't need radars if your whole base is roboported. It's very nice. I love it. Oh, and doing this bus design, I'll actually be able to have proper roboport coverage, unlike in my other base that's so goddamn slapdash. Okay. Wow. These were some nice conversations we had tonight. Oh, and Snail is doing Kenshi. We're right into her, but I did promise you guys that I would show off my other base, so you can see what kind of shenanigans I get up to. Single player, load game, void. I initially started this just to check out the Voidblock mod, and I've also kind of been using it as a little bit of a test bed for some things. So yeah, this is my save. So I'm sure I know what you're asking, but this is refined concrete, and these are refined concrete blueprints. So I put blueprints everywhere, and what's going to happen is, as refined concrete gets made, the robots will place it down. It gets made very slowly. I just have these two summoners summoning it, but it kept happening where I would leave it for long enough that it would then be full, and that would be wasted production. And instead of like making more chests, I decided I'll just have them be placed down. Not really, no. This field isn't even like fully done. As you can see, this is 4 roboports worth of field, right? No, this is like, I think 40 megawatts of power if it was fully built. But look at all the space that this takes. Now I do have the landfill for it, but I don't have the materials to actually make the panels and the accumulator. The accumulators I could probably make, but you might notice I have kind of a copper stack here, and then I have this thing just kind of making steel. Or because bugs aren't real. Yeah, takes up too much space. Anyway, this tiny thing here makes 160 megawatts, 2 reactors, right? And this thing here takes 480, which I haven't built because I don't have enough for more reactors. But also it's built around bots, which I don't have yet. I don't have the higher tier chests for. Initially, you only get to storage and passive provider chests, and this one takes advantage of requester chests to move logistic bots or have them move the fuel. So. But yeah, this still doesn't even take up as much space as this. And it generates like 12 times the power. If I, for whatever godforsaken reason, wanted to start mega basing in this mod, probably not gonna happen. I don't think I've ever done a mega base before, but you know, if I wanted to, then sure, maybe I'd do solar fields just for the UPS savings. But do you like the new Angry Ghost of Space Age? What is? Oh, you mean the Force Deconstruct one? The Angry Ghost? Yeah, I love it. It's real nice. It might be a little hard to tell on stream, but I like forcing it to build. Also, if something needs landfill, you can just ghost it and it'll place landfill instead of being like, hey, you need landfill for this. Like, I know. Just ghost it. Anyway, yeah, this field probably isn't gonna get built. I don't even know why these oh right, because they're placing concrete. Obviously this is even running right now, but it's nice theoretically. Anyway, yeah, I will not be streaming on Sundays as per usual. We will be back Monday with most likely RimWorld. We'll like to do that Barrel Trauma one, but I think we can bet on RimWorld for Monday. And of course, every Factorio Friday and Saturday, maybe even Thursday, we'll be Voidblock. I am not experiencing the tedium that I have had for Cube and my enjoyment factor is much higher. 2.39 by 1? What the hell kind of aspect ratio is that? I will stream in 1 by 1. You will get a square. Oh, you meant to type 23 by 1? Or 23 by 19. That's it. Yeah. I'm like 2.39. That's weird. If I had a way to condense my UI, there might even be a mod for it. I'll look, because like honestly, it's not like the radar is really that important. 2 by 9 is 2.39 by 1. Man, I'm not doing math. But thank you for doing the math for me, Pizza. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Yeah. I mean, most people, I'm pretty sure, if you watch on an ultra wide, won't it not have the, no, we'll still have the black bars, won't it? Yeah, I mean, I thought about just doing this. It's not like my radar and my tech tree matters at all. And my health bar doesn't really matter. I might even just start doing this for Factorio. Just eyeball it and assume that's what he's saying. Well, 23 by 9 is the aspect ratio, I think. So that would make sense if the 9 is supposed to be on the other side. But I'll just take your word for it. Anyway, yeah, I don't have a proper iron stack here. So progress is, I mean, it happens. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why. I mean, I have this little thing, I guess. I was actually meaning to put that iron stack I built in on stream here. Maybe workshop something else. I'll probably fit this to do electric furnaces, so I don't really have to workshop it so much on stream. And I can just plonk it down and get going from there. I literally just launched a platform. It's empty, but this is the last thing I did, and then I hopped on Dune. Yes, you've seen the factory, and I think we shall go say hello to Snail to end the night. I really hate when I copy paste and it doesn't do it correctly. Yeah, she's doing some Kenshi. We'll go see how Senior Krabs is, and make sure to tell Snail I said hello there. And thank you for watching, everybody. I'll hope to catch you all on Monday. We'll be doing some more RimWorld. And yeah, the void will return next Thursday. So I hope you all have a good rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will try my best, Pymanding. I will try my best. Yeah, let's go say hello there to Snail. And I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.